Chapter 770. Yellow smoke surrounded that fiery phoenix, separating it from the storms of thunder and water outside. While it was just smoke and dust, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling, resembling the great earth that bore the weight of the heavens. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly. Thick earth of meritorious virtue, boundless meritorious virtue, supplementing the heavens and continuing the Tao, used to protect one's body, endless and impervious to all evils. Observing the aura and concept emanating from that fiery phoenix as it soared, Yin Zhaoge felt a sense of familiarity. It was similar to the phoenix true form scripture that Wang Hui and Li Jin, who had clashed with him earlier, cultivated in. The person before him was clearly a personal disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Also, this person's cultivation base was much higher than Wang Hui and Li Jin's. Observing his aura, he was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. A shocking treasured light flickered on his body as it was contained and not released. Still, Yin Zhaoge, who already possessed the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear, could feel that this person likely possessed a high-grade sacred artifact as well. Due to Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, the endless magnetic storms were currently weaker than usual. While they were still very fierce, the threat they posed to 6th-level martial saints who were protected by the earth of meritorious virtue was rather limited. Therefore, the power of that sacred artifact was contained and not released, as it was only used as a precautionary measure. Yin Zhaoge thought, not all immortal bridge martial saints of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage possess high-grade sacred artifacts, let alone seeing divinity martial saints. While it is normal to bring along a high-grade sacred artifact for safety's sake when venturing into the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, this person's status in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory is probably still not ordinary. Amidst the endless magnetic storms, everyone's sensory abilities were lowered. Still, the aura of this fiery phoenix was too powerful, as it showed no intention of being retracted in the least. Kong Ping and the others who were in the midst of battle all slowed their movements slightly as they observed this uninvited guest who had suddenly arrived. Yin Zhaoge felt that that fiery phoenix should have discovered his existence as well. Still, whether it was Kong Ping's group or Yin Zhaoge, this person who cultivated in the true intent of the phoenix completely ignored them as he continued heading deeper into the sea. Someone from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory went to Golden Court Mountain to see the Southeastern Exalt and the detained Wang Hui. At the same time, they split up, with another person still coming to the Royal Reed Sea. It is just that this person did not have time to know that I had killed his fellow disciple Li Jin. Yin Zhaoge thought rather amusedly. Running here so hurriedly, what do you want? Was it because of the sword box with the word heaven swallowing engraved on it in the abandoned palace? Or was there something else in the palace? Even as Yin Zhaoge pondered, he followed the guidance of the earth-devouring burner and continued descending towards the depths of the sea. Feeling that Yin Zhaoge was clearly heading in the same direction as it, that fiery phoenix instead paused for a moment. A sense of danger arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart. Indeed, a voice resounded from within the flames. Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on the treasure I've set my eyes on? The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings. Numerous fire arrows shot towards Yin Zhaoge amidst the whirlpools of seawater and the essence magnetic storms. The raging flames that had obtained the true will of the phoenix were unaffected even in the middle of the ocean, where the fire arrows passed. They merged with the purplish-green thunder as their might grew even more ferocious. As soon as Yin Zhaoge sensed this, the Northern Ocean clone held the cloud-commanding spear horizontally before him. Virtually at the same time, those ferocious fire arrows had already struck the shaft of the spear. The silhouettes of 7 birds danced on the cloud-commanding spear. Yet, they were all shot down by the fire arrows, emitting mournful cries. Despite the strength of the Northern Ocean clone and the ferocity of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-commanding spear, they were actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Golden light lit up on the precipitous golden armor. forming layers of defenses which helped the Northern Ocean clone to block the remaining attacks. The golden light flickered unceasingly as the fire arrows struck, tottering on the brink of collapse. The fire arrows were still not finished after being blocked, as they all exploded, forming a great fire in the depths of the sea that enveloped the Northern Ocean clone for a long time. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm as he breathed in and out, circulating his true essence to resist the assault of the blazing fire. The attacks of an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm were naturally extraordinary. This was especially so for the person before him, who was even stronger than Luo Ziyuan, King Xuanmu, and the others. He had merely done so casually as he had not taken the Northern Ocean clone of the 4th level of the martial saint realm seriously. Even so, with the assistance of the Cloud Commanding Spear and the precipitous golden armor, the Northern Ocean clone had still felt immense pressure. The Cloud Commanding Spear was the weapon that King Xuanmu had commonly used before wielding the King Xian Spear, as it was of rather extraordinary quality. Otherwise, the Northern Ocean clone might not have swapped out the Fish Dragon Spear, which was perfectly compatible with his martial arts. Currently, however, blazing fire coiled around the Cloud Commanding Spear, its spiritual light dim as its shaft shook unceasingly like a living life form struggling. After casually attacking, that fiery phoenix down below did not look at the results of his attack at all as he continued diving deeper into the sea. He seemed certain that the Northern Ocean clone would definitely die. As a 6th level martial saint, he had indeed never encountered a 4th level martial saint who could withstand a single blow of his. Sensing that the blazing fire surrounding the Northern Ocean clone was gradually extinguished, that fiery phoenix immediately paused, feeling rather taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, this fiery phoenix did not continue attacking as he instead continued diving deeper. His time was very tight as he could not afford to waste it on such a small fry. He believed that his earlier warning had already been sufficient for the Northern Ocean clone to halt. If the other party was smart, he should know to give up. Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly. The killing intent contained in the other party's attack just now could not be any clearer. If it were any other 4th level martial saint, they would have been directly shot to death by the fiery arrow at the depths of the sea. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze turned cold as all the acupoints of his entire body, with the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head, as they shook together, a majestic force instantly erupting. The trembling Cloud Commanding Spear stabilized once more, a bone-piercingly cold glow at its tip, transforming into a streak of cold electricity as it rapidly stabbed towards that fiery phoenix. The silhouette of the Kunpeng appeared, emitting a deafening roar that resounded throughout the deep sea. That fiery phoenix was clearly momentarily stunned. You still dare to retaliate? The next moment, the fiery phoenix mightily turned, rising into the air amidst the clear cry of a phoenix as it collided head-on with the descending Kunpeng. The Northern Ocean clone's entire body shook intensely, the golden light of the precipitous golden armor instantly dimming as the Cloud Commanding Spear was virtually shaken out of his hands. He secretly wielded the earth-devouring burner, a powerful devouring force emanating from within as it absorbed much of the terrifying force of the other party's attack. While the Kunpeng was known for its strength, its cultivation base was rather inferior. Instead, it was that fiery phoenix that was more ferocious as it immediately collided with the silhouette of the Kunpeng to the point of shattering. Yet, as the silhouette of the Kunpeng shattered, infinite sunlight appeared, illuminating the entire great sea. A great golden seal descended from the sky like an actual sun star, smashing down on the head of that fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix emitted a long roar, the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue lighting up outside of the thick earth of meritorious virtue as well. Bolstered by the two virtues, it blocked the terrifying collision of the extreme yang seal. Even so, it was still seeing stars as it was smashed by the extreme yang seal, falling backwards. To be continued. Chapter 771. That fiery phoenix smashed apart the silhouette of the Kunping. Still, the extreme Yang seal descended, smashing him to the point of dizziness as he fell backwards in retreat. Fortunately, he cultivated the Phoenix True Form Scroll, and with the addition of merit and fortuitous virtues, his defensive power was astonishing. If it were King Xuanmu or Luo Ziyuan, if they were caught off guard like this and suffered a blow from the extreme Yang seal head-on, they would definitely be badly battered. Struck by the extreme Yang seal, the high-grade sacred artifact on his body was naturally triggered. A streak of dark red light suffused the depths of the sea, enveloping the surroundings as it supported the extreme Yang seal. A voice came from the flames. No wonder. Is this what you're relying on? He would not allow others to covet the things that he had his eyes on. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed on the spot. Yet the other party was actually even more domineering and arrogant than him. He couldn't be bothered to make a move against a fourth-level martial saint. Sparing his life was one thing. Yet, the other party was instead unforgiving, actually daring to strike him, a sixth-level martial saint. Head-on? At first, he was a little confused, but now he came back to his senses. What a treasure! This somewhat resembles the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary, the extreme Yang seal. Who are you to actually possess such a supreme treasure? You are the successor of the exalted solar luminary? The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings, a dark red glow sweeping towards the extreme Yang seal and the Northern Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge did not answer, as the Northern Ocean clone borrowed the earth-devouring burner to bear the brunt of the other party's massive, vigorous force before barely suppressing his roiling qi and blood, his figure abruptly turning. The silhouette of the Kunping condensed once more, expanding its extreme speed as it descended along with the extreme Yang seal. Instead, it overtook the fiery phoenix as it shot straight towards the bottom of the sea. The fiery phoenix emitted a long cry, arriving before the Northern Ocean clone in an instant. While it was not as fast as the Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level, it was still extremely ferocious. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being impolite and capturing you first. Amidst the phoenix's long cry, the other party said nonchalantly. While he had been caught off guard by the extreme Yang seal at the start, he had already stabilized his mind now. Seeing divinity martial saints were seeing divinity martial saints. They were destined to be unable to fully wield the power of high-grade sacred artifacts like immortal bridge martial saints, let alone a peak sacred artifact like the extreme Yang seal. He similarly possessed a high-grade sacred artifact. While none of them were able to unleash their full power, he could also negate the threat posed by the extreme Yang seal. After all, his cultivation base was higher, and he was just a step away from ascending the immortal bridge. Without the threat of the extreme Yang seal, he wanted to see what else Yin Zhaoge could rely on. Having caught up to him, Yin Zhaoge did not look back as he just laughed lightly. The nature of a phoenix is noble and pure, not arrogant and domineering. They were already very close to the bottom of the sea. As far as Yin Zhaoge could see, he could even already see that dilapidated palace. Its appearance was exactly the same as the image he had seen through the earth-devouring burner back then. It was just that it looked ordinary and dilapidated. There was nothing special about it. It was like the ruins of an unremarkable palace that had long been destroyed. It was not like what he had seen through the earth-devouring burner's projection back then. It possessed unique profundities that attracted everyone's attention, as if it could even suck in one's soul. Seeing this palace, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly threw the earth-devouring burner in his hand over there. The seemingly inconspicuous black incense burner turned into a beam of black light that penetrated the whirlpool of the sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. After the earth-devouring burner entered the palace, the surrounding sea region suddenly became silent. The sea, which had been surging with undercurrents and dancing electric snakes, seemed to have stopped for a moment. The next moment, the great sea regained its original state, being swept along by endless magnetic storms. However, numerous black ripples suddenly emanated from that palace, expanding into the surroundings. A jet-black stream of light shot upwards, drawing the surrounding endless magnetic storms to converge towards the jet-black pillar of light as well. Yin Zhaoge and that fiery phoenix were currently in the path of the jet-black light. The earth-devouring burner appeared amidst the pillar of light, returning to the Northern Ocean clone's hand. The Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards the light. A hole appeared at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, resembling a passageway as the Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards that palace. An exclamation resounded from amidst the blazing fire. Yin Zhaoge smiled. What about me? The fiery phoenix wanted to head down as well. However, that hole had already vanished as the jet-black pillar of light contained a violent force as it mightily shot over towards him. The fortuitous purple light and the thick earth of meritorious virtue appeared together, protecting the fiery phoenix. That dark red, treasured light appeared as well, blocking the jet-black stream of light. After a while, the jet-black stream of light dissipated, an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool appearing at the bottom of the sea. A great amount of seawater was dispersed into the surroundings, forming a vacuum zone. At the bottom of the whirlpool was precisely that dilapidated palace, its walls broken and dilapidated as it appeared ancient and desolate. The palace was no longer as inconspicuous as it had been earlier. Instead, a strange suction force emanated from within, causing one to feel an uncontrollable desire to plunge into it. Even Kong Ping and the others who were currently in the midst of battle were drawn over as they observed the sudden changes at the bottom of the sea with shock and uncertainty. After a brief moment's hesitation, Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, and the others who were attempting to shake off Kong Ping's entanglement began moving downwards as well. While the situation of the palace was unclear, however bad it was, it could not be any worse than it was now. Making use of the chaos to shake off the experts of the Grand Qian dynasty was their top priority. Yin Zhaoge had already arrived before them. That fiery phoenix no longer cared about Luo Ziyuan and the others as it emitted a long cry, shooting towards the palace first. The Northern Ocean clone traversed the passageway at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, descending all the way to the bottom of the sea. That dilapidated palace appeared before Yin Zhaoge, the earth-devouring burner in his hands ringing lightly. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw the jet-black pillar of light gradually dissipating as that fiery phoenix descended towards the palace as well. Other than that, there were powerful auras descending from even higher up in the region of sea as well. This should be Luo Ziyuan, Kong Ping, and the others. Yin Zhaoge smiled, immediately turning and walking directly towards the dilapidated palace. Still, just as he stepped into the palace, a chill suddenly arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart as a pair of eyes seemed to be staring intently at him. Yin Zhaoge frowned, pausing for a moment before he continued striding forward, entering the palace. The interior of the palace similarly appeared dilapidated, numerous runes of indecipherable meaning inscribed on its surface. After carefully observing them, Yin Zhaoge felt that these runes did indeed resemble the inscriptions of the demon race somewhat. However, from their foundation, it could still be seen that they should have been left behind by humans, yet the profundities of the demon race had been integrated within. What Yin Zhaoge paid special attention to was that while the runes were incomplete, they still contained a complete concept within. It was just that this concept appeared distorted as well as strange. It seemed like the person who had left behind the runes had intentionally left this place in a dilapidated state, yet had instead achieved their desired goal. It was just like how counterfeiters would intentionally make things look old. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, continuing forward, entering the depths of the palace. Very quickly, fiery light surged outside the palace as a fiery phoenix descended before it. The fiery light retracted, the figure of a young man who gazed gloomily at the palace before him. To be continued. Chapter 772. The fire phoenix's silhouette gradually receded and entered the body of a young man. This young man looked at the palace with a rather gloomy expression, thinking, "What's going on with that fella who bears the extreme yang seal? Is he related to the exalted solar luminary? He had originally obtained news of the underwater palace by chance. Before this, even the figures on the surface of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory did not know about it. But now, it seemed that there were still things that he didn't know about in the underwater palace. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge had grasped this information. The young man looked up at the upside-down sea above. Time is limited. Lin Hanhua and the others should find out soon and rush over. He turned around and strode into the palace. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. What else is in this palace besides the phoenix bone? The young man snorted, taking out a golden cup from his shadow, shrinking pouch. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the golden cup. The shattered golden cup transformed into streaks of light that formed a dazzling golden seal in the air. The seal flew into the depths of the palace, and after a short while, the entire palace began to shake. The seawater above the palace swirled and dispersed, forming a huge vacuum zone. At this moment, many invisible vortexes formed in the space above the palace, and the bottom of the vortexes all connected to the inside of the palace. In an instant, the palace gates seemed to split into thousands of pieces and opened in different directions. After determining the direction, the young man chose a portal formed by a vortex and stepped into the palace. After a short while, rays of light rushed out from the seawater above. It was Luo Ziyuan, Kong Ping, and the others. Some fled, some chased, each choosing a door and rushing into the palace. Yin Zhaoge, who had first entered the underwater palace, was currently traversing the dark passageway when the passageway before him suddenly began distorting and changing. For a moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the entire place was collapsing. The entire palace was twisted and deformed. The path in front of him shattered and then reformed, returning to the appearance of a palace. In the next moment, it shattered once more before reforming once more. Yin Zhaoge was able to stabilize his figure, but he helplessly discovered that the path before him was already no longer clear. The earth-devouring burner was still accurately guiding him in the right direction, but the void in front of him had changed, and the path was no longer a path, making it hard for him to find a place to step. When the palace finally regained its stability, the scene before Yin Zhaoge's eyes was already completely different. Streams of golden radiance appeared, illuminating the originally dark passageway. However, as Yin Zhaoge walked within, he felt as if he was being obstructed. Golden light wreathed, hindering his and the Northern Ocean clone's footsteps. Is it because of that person? Yin Zhaoge pondered. From the looks of it, it is not just that sword box within this palace. There are also other things. The other party was probably after something else, something related to it, or some treasures that could affect the palace. While Yin Zhaoge had made use of the earth-devouring burner to seize the initiative earlier, the other side had their own unique methods as well, trying to regain some ground. While his opponent might not be able to catch up, he had caused a change in the palace, delaying Yin Zhaoge's footsteps and fighting for more opportunities for himself. I'm still half a step faster now, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Although the golden radiance hindered his footsteps, the changes in space-time and the flickering golden light did not affect the earth-devouring burner from guiding him to his destination. Yin Zhaoge continued following the guidance of the earth-devouring burner, heading deeper into the palace. The further down he went, the stranger Yin Zhaoge felt. The passageway of the palace before him gradually changed in appearance, looking a little like flesh and bones. He seemed to have entered the belly of a massive beast. This fella, Yin Zhaoge frowned, feeling even more cautious. The earth-devouring burner in his hand shook more and more intensely until it finally actually broke free from Yin Zhaoge's palm, flying towards the depths of the passageway. Yin Zhaoge did not forcibly keep the earth-devouring burner, allowing it to leave his palm as he just sped up, chasing after it. As he walked, Yin Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly as a dense stench of blood wafted over. This stench of blood was brutal to the extreme as it emanated extreme malevolence and madness. Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the world beyond worlds, This was the first time Yin Zhaoge had encountered such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. Yin Zhaoge had never encountered such a stench of blood and qi even on a battlefield where corpses lay and blood flowed everywhere. If one had to speak of dead people, how many hundreds of thousands or even millions would have to die for such a dense stench of blood to exist? It is not the blood of humans, but that of some extremely ferocious and tyrannical demon race. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits as he instantly understood. There's actually really the corpse of a massive beast beneath this palace, with that heaven-swallowing sword box being within its belly. He pulled back the corners of his lips. Such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. This was an extremely powerful demon, definitely having dominated a region when it was alive. Yin Zhaoge composed himself, instead heading straight for the source of the densest stench of blood and qi, heading straight for it. The golden light within the passageway gradually vanished, only a great amount of blood and qi remaining. Up ahead, at the end of the passageway, dense blood light lit up, its color virtually turning black. After Yin Zhaoge had entered, a massive pool of blood appeared before him. The pool of blood was massive as it virtually could not be seen at first glance. Rather than calling it a pool of blood, it would be more accurate to call a lake of blood. While the stench of blood and baleful qi was so dense that it did not disperse, it was not like ordinary tainted blood that emanated a stench that would cause one to feel like vomiting. The stench of the blood pool was extremely strange. There was a fragrance, a stench, a sweetness, and a saltiness. The various smells congregated together, instead causing one to feel that it was even more unbearable as it was just a simple stench. Still, what Yin Zhaoge cared about the most was not the smell here. Instead, it was the blood water within that pool, which actually rose and fell rhythmically. As compared to the complexity of the smell, the color of the blood water was extremely pure. It was not dark and heavy as it was instead bright, seeming as clear and bright as a blood-red crystal. The blood water rose and fell rhythmically and steadily. It felt like a heart was beating. At the center of the blood pool floated a massive box that was completely jet black with the words "Heaven Swallowing" written on it. This heaven-swallowing sword box rose and fell rhythmically along with the rise and fall of the blood water at the center of the blood pool. The box was connected to numerous streams of blood-red light, which fell into the blood pool. Yin Zhaoge could feel spiritual energy being extracted from the blood pool in an endless stream before being supplied to the heaven-swallowing sword box. At this moment, the earth-devouring burner did not land on the heaven-swallowing sword box, as it instead hovered in midair above it, regaining its tranquil state. After carefully observing his surroundings and discovering no abnormalities, Yin Zhaoge leapt up, flying towards that heaven-swallowing sword box. He kept the earth-devouring burner once more before landing on the top of the heaven-swallowing sword box. When the tip of Yin Zhaoge's foot touched the top of the sword box, he was instantly dazed momentarily. To be continued. Chapter 773. It was exactly like when Yin Zhaoge had first entered the earth-devouring burner that year. As Yin Zhaoge's mind sunk into the mental world, the scenes before him turned completely dark. It was not just light. The deep darkness devoured even sound and smell. The dim darkness filled with a strange aura that enticed the soul. However, different from the earth-devouring burner, a cold light soon flickered before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, piercing them to the point of being dazzled. Gazing over, it was actually countless dense white sword qi that obscured the heavens and covered the earth shooting towards him. While Yin Zhaoge was shocked, he did not panic as he communicated with the earth-devouring burner. A jet-black vortex instantly appeared within his mental world. A shocking suction force erupted from the black vortex, blocking before Yin Zhaoge as it devoured the countless white sword qi within. It was just that the white sword qi seemed limitless as they shot towards Yin Zhaoge in an unending stream. While the black vortex was like a bottomless pit that devoured as much as it came, it was unable to devour all of the sword qi as the two sides descended into a tug-of-war. Yin Zhaoge observed while analyzing it. While these white sword chi were all within his mental space and their destructive power was directed towards the mind and soul, this did not mean that they were ultimately illusory. This meant that the heaven-swallowing sword box could also release such an oceanic amount of ferocious sword chi within actual space. As compared to the earth-devouring burner, the heaven-swallowing sword box clearly possessed more offensive power, as it indeed lived up to its name as a sword box. Making use of the black vortex formed of the earth-devouring burner, Yin Zhaoge blocked the simultaneous attack of the myriad swords, yet was unable to advance any further. He did not want to use other treasures. Otherwise, he might not be able to refine this heaven-swallowing sword box as he wished. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. I really don't believe that your sword chi is limitless. While the sword chi was indeed not limitless, it was still so massive that it left one shocked. The sword chi that resembled a tempestuous storm shot out for a full quarter of an hour before their momentum gradually subsided. Still, it did not completely vanish, just that it was not as dense and violent as earlier. Earlier, it had resembled a mountain flood that had broken through a dam. Now it was like a calm, flowing river. Yin Zhaoge nodded. This should be the normal situation. Earlier, it had been the sword chi that had been accumulated within the sword box for a long time that had been released in an instant. While the sword chi within the mental world had been vented, the sword chi stored within still existed within the sword box in the real world, just that it had erupted all at once just now. If Yin Zhaoge's consciousness retreated from the sword box now, he would still have to face the eruption of an all-filled rain of swords when he re-entered once more. With the black vortex blocking him, the sword chi rain was already unable. Yin Zhaoge silver, Yin Liang Yun Ling, as he thought and said. The original color of the mountain should not have been silver, but now its surface was covered with a layer of flickering silver light. Mountain, as countless sword, that was and fell. The swords were so densely packed that the silvery sword lights connected together and covered the entire mountain, making it impossible to see the original appearance of the mountain. These sharp swords that flickered with silver light shot into the air from time to time, transforming into silver-white sword chi as they made a turn in mid-air, shooting straight towards Yin Zhaoge down below. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge found that, on the other side of the mountain, silver light was flickering as well. It was some swords descending from the heavens, landing on the mountain peak. This way, while the swords transformed into sword chi to attack Yin Zhaoge, the number of swords stabbed into the mountain peak would not decrease. One increasing, one decreasing, a balance was reached. Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Turning to the other side of the mountain, what appeared before him was a massive pond that was as wide as a lake. Looking down, there was no water in the pond, but various kinds of spiritual chi were congregated here, roiling unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge paid some attention. The situation here was similar to that of the blood pool in the real space outside. The blood pool emitted a complex smell of many different things, also like many different existences were congregated together. The spiritual chi of the blood pool has always been gathered here. Looking down, Yin Zhaoge saw a massive vortex at the center of the pool, rotating unceasingly. The various kinds of spiritual chi in the surroundings were all dragged towards the bottom of the vortex before vanishing. Next, numerous swords that emitted silver light flew out from the center of the vortex, drawing numerous diagonal lines in the air as they landed on the mountain peak by the side of the pool, becoming a part of the myriad swords. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. While the devouring ability of the heaven-swallowing sword box was not as strong as that of the earth-devouring burner, the various powers that it devoured would be converted into sharp sword chi. The owner of the sword box should be able to release this sword chi to injure enemies. The concept contained within this myriad phenomena transforming sword pool was transforming all the phenomena of the heavens and the earth it devoured into sword chi. Yin Zhaoge's heart shivered slightly as he calculated the power of sword chi in the real world. A single strand of sword chi might not be worth mentioning, but the power of 10,000 swords simultaneously was truly terrifying. This was especially so if the other party did not know the background of the heaven-swallowing sword box and attacked blindly. Their attacks would be devoured and dissipated by the heaven-swallowing sword box before being counterattacked by the 10,000 swords simultaneously. They would most likely not be able to react in time. In a clash between experts of the same cultivation level, victory and defeat would often be determined by a single hair's breadth. If one party possessed the heaven-swallowing sword box, 9 out of 10 of his opponents would meet a tragic end. Yin Zhaoge appraised his surroundings. The attacks of the sword chi were still continuing. This meant that he had not passed the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box, still unable to refine this treasure. Refining the heaven-swallowing sword box seemed to be not just a matter of surviving the baptism of the Rain of Swords. The suppressive effect of the earth-devouring burner on one's mind is even more evident, requiring one to be able to restrain the fluctuations of their emotions. In order to refine it, other than having reached a certain cultivation level, victory on the mental level is even more important. The heaven-swallowing sword box was likely based on the same principle. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge made a bold decision as he suddenly stopped wielding the earth-devouring burner. Retracting the black vortex that devoured the sword chi, Yin Zhaoge stood upright where he was, enduring the tempest of sword chi descending from the sky. The sword chi passed through his body, yet he was completely unscathed. Yin Zhaoge soundless smiled. The test of the heaven-swallowing sword box was for one to be firm in their beliefs, to be courageous and fearless, daring to face the dangers of life and death directly, breaking through the loopholes in one's mind from the very edge of life and death. While the Rain of Swords had not ceased, the test still continuing. Still, Yin Zhaoge was currently already feeling extremely relaxed because he knew how he should pass the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box. Yin Zhaoge approached the myriad manifestations sword transformation pool step by step, looking at the various spiritual chi roiling and rising within before leaping within without any hesitation. Accompanied by the unceasing rotation of the spiritual chi, Yin Zhaoge was rapidly dragged towards the vortex at its center. He felt no fear whatsoever as he instead moved his limbs, speeding towards the vortex. There should be other existences beneath the vortex. This was a sword box at the end of the day. To be continued. Chapter 774. Faced with the vortex that devoured all things, not only did Yin Zhaoge not evade it, he instead sped up and charged within. The world before his eyes abruptly darkened as his mental world descended into darkness once more. The next moment, light appeared before his eyes. An ancient copper sword appeared before Yin Zhaoge, hovering silently amid space as it flickered with a faint luster. While the copper sword seemed peaceful, Yin Zhaoge could feel the brutality and ferocity concealed within. The bloody, baleful chi of the blood pool outside was unceasingly nurturing this sword. Feeling the aura within, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. A high-grade sacred artifact. To be precise, it was a high-grade sacred artifact that was currently in the midst of being forged and about to be completed. Unlike the dim radiant wheel, which was still in its embryonic form, the copper sword before him was only a half step away from completion. Using the analogy of mortal forging of iron, even the quenching and polishing had already been completed, only the sharpening of the tip remaining. While it was still incomplete, the aura and baleful nature contained within were already shocking to behold. Yin Zhaoge was virtually certain that if this sword was completed, it would definitely surpass the likes of the King Xian spear and the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, as it would be of an extremely superior quality. Yin Zhaoge's heart grew solemn as a pair of eyes appeared within the world of his consciousness. A pair of jet-black eyes, tranquil and quiet, met Yin Zhaoge's gaze. These eyes were extremely similar to the jet-black eyes that Yin Zhaoge had seen in the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, they were even more intelligent. The jet-black eyes in the earth-devouring burner resembled the spiritual consciousness of the burner itself more than the martial concept of its original owner. Meanwhile, the pair of eyes before Yin Zhaoge now resembled the eyes of a real person. A faint figure gradually manifested amidst the darkness of space with those eyes as the focal point. Yin Zhaoge appraised the other party. It was a black-haired old man in a brocade robe. The other party's eyes were quiet and deep, his gaze seemingly traversing through the ages as it met Yin Zhaoge's gaze. After this old man's figure had manifested, the ancient copper sword hovering amid space was placed horizontally across his knees. With just a single glance, Yin Zhaoge knew that this old man did not truly exist, as he was already dead. This silhouette that existed within this mental space was a remnant of his martial will. If the other party was still alive, with his cultivation base that had the ability to forge high-grade sacred artifacts, seeing Yin Zhaoge with his remnant martial intent here would be the same as him personally witnessing Yin Zhaoge's arrival. But looking at it now, it was clear that the original owners of the heaven-swallowing sword box and earth-devouring burner were most likely no longer in this world. "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior." Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the other party. That black-haired old man did not react, but the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoge seemed much gentler. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, nearing the old man and the ancient sword. Suddenly, a chill arose within his heart. It was as if there was another pair of eyes staring at him. It was peerlessly terrifying, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was about to enter the undersea palace. Yin Zhaoge composed himself, his gaze falling on the ancient copper sword laid horizontally across the old man's knees. This time, Yin Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that that vicious gaze that was filled with coldness and malice originated precisely from that seemingly peaceful and harmless ancient copper sword. Now, as Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on this ancient copper sword once more, the scene before him instantly changed. An inverted image appeared on the surface of the ancient copper sword. It was a ferocious beast with the body of a goat and the face of a human, its eyes beneath its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws. A sound that resembled the wailing of an infant even resounded by Yin Zhaoge's ears. Hearing the sound and looking at the appearance of this ferocious beast, Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly. So that's how it is. Taodai! This ferocious beast was none other than the renowned, peerless great demon, the Taodai that was acclaimed alongside the Kunpeng and the Phoenix. No wonder it possessed that concept of devouring the heavens and devouring the earth to the extreme. Connecting this with the actual world outside, the place beneath the undersea palace that resembled the abdomen of a massive beast, as well as that massive pool of blood, Yin Zhaoge came to a complete understanding. That black-haired old man had forged the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner in order to forge a high-grade sacred artifact sword. One of the core materials for forging the sword was an extremely powerful Taodai that he had slain, extracting its demonic essence and sealing it within the sword. Everything in the actual world outside was actually the remains of that Taodai after it had died. The pool of blood where the heaven-swallowing sword box was located was precisely the heart of the Taodai. The secret art of its original owner had unceasingly extracted the essence of the Tao Ye's qi and blood to refine this sword. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. It really isn't wasteful at all. This remnant soul of the Taodai should still possess some spirituality. It must have been stifled and despondent to the extreme, angered to the point of hovering between life and death. After being slain and having its demonic soul sealed within the sword, it still had to watch helplessly as its remains were used to forge the sword, refining its own soul. If it were anyone else, they would probably be enraged to the point of going mad, angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Sadly, however, that old man had precisely wanted the remnant soul of the Taodai to feel such emotions, unceasingly suppressing and brewing them so that when this sword was forged, it would be even more powerful. It would really be impossible for it to have an easy time even if it died. The old man looked serene and kind, but his methods were ruthless and cruel, which could be seen from this. Still, The person who forged the sword still died somewhere else at the end of the day. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. It is really hard to say who won or lost. While the old man had died, the mechanism here was still slowly working. Now, the ancient copper sword was already nearing completion. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, his mind retreating from his mental space. Having seen the martial intent left behind by the old man, Yin Zhaoge came into contact with the heaven-swallowing sword box now, which instantly stabilized greatly. It was only a matter of time before it was refined. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand, pressing the front of the heaven-swallowing sword box with the other, communicating with the two supreme treasures with his true essence in an attempt to refine them. This process did not affect the forging of the ancient copper sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box in the slightest. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge himself sat atop the heaven-swallowing sword box. The streams of light within the blood pool began extending towards Yin Zhaoge's body. The streams of light enveloped his body as various mixed spiritual forces surged over towards his body. Some were blazing hot, some were cold, some were sharp, some were stagnant. All sorts of feelings were present. With such mixed spiritual forces surging into the body of a martial practitioner at the same time, it would be sufficient to cause his meridians to distort and distort, ripping apart inch by inch. Even many martial saint experts whose cultivation bases were higher than Yin Zhaoge's would not dare to attempt such a risky attempt. Yet, Yin Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, being able to absorb all things into the sea as formless and formless as they were. On the contrary, while such chaotic spiritual forces were mixed, as he unceasingly refined them, not only did Yin Zhaoge strengthen his accumulation of true essence, his projections of the various variations of spiritual qi also rose to a higher level. This was a greater advantage in this regard than the pure, powerful essence of true dragons. Even as Yin Zhaoge circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, he was also analyzing the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of extreme yang and minor yin within his body unceasingly transformed into the power of extreme yin and the power of minor yang. Accompanied by the unceasing birth of the four phenomena of yin and yang, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel his soul shaking. His martial true intent began transforming into numerous runes which were inscribed onto his soul. To be continued. Chapter 775. Yin and Yang merged, the four phenomena born. The power of extreme Yang, extreme Yin, minor Yang and minor Yin within Yin Zhaoge's body gradually became complete, stabilizing and reaching an equilibrium as they interacted with each other. Using the principles of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture to harmonize them, Yin Zhaoge's vast and abundant martial arts began to show signs of integration. The two yin and yang fishes turned into a Tai Chi diagram that seemed to be able to evolve the principles of the world. At this point, Yin Zhaoge ceased absorbing the impure spiritual qi of the blood pool. His heavenly book of yin-yang had already achieved initial success, and he was beginning to organize the various martial arts techniques he had learned so far in preparation for the next step. From the initial 8 extreme arts, coiling dragon sleeve, to the 6 spirits demonic fist, the heavenly broad creed palm, to various self-created martial arts such as finger-flicking shocking thunder. These included the clear chi profound art, the imperious ocean cold dragon art, the dim radiant 12 arts, the sacred heavenly fire scripture, the extreme yang scripture, the dark moon pill scripture, and the Xuanwu fist scripture. With the peerless heavenly scripture as the foundation, the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, and the immortal ending sword manual as the foundation, and the other martial arts as the exterior, Yin Zhaoge's martial true intent gradually transformed into numerous runes. Under the influence of his vigorous true essence, these illusory runes began to be inscribed onto Yin Zhaoge's soul. He re-entered the world of his consciousness, his body in a translucent state. One rune after another was imprinted on his body, fusing deeply into it. Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel his thoughts becoming more agile as he gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the various martial arts. For a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to advance to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, the martial avatar formed of one's martial true intent, the true martial avatar, which had already merged with one's fleshly body when transcending mortality and entering sainthood, would merge with one's soul a step further. Merging with the body, one would transcend mortality and enter sainthood, while merging with the soul, one would step into the second level of the martial saint realm. The way to combine them was to transform the martial intent into a rune and truly imprint it on one's soul. In the real world, at the center of the blood pool, above the heaven-swallowing sword box, Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. His eyes were closed, but rays of spiritual light continuously emerged from the top of his head, enveloping his entire body. The aura emanating from Yin Zhaoge's body rose unceasingly. It was within this heart of the Tao Tai that the surrounding environment had formed a barrier and restriction. If it was outside, Yin Zhaoge would have been sufficient to cause a phenomenon between the heavens and the earth at this moment, causing all things in the surrounding heavens and earth to shake. But even so, the powerful force still shook the blood pool below, causing the blood water in the pool to ripple. Yin Zhaoge, whose accumulations were already incomparably robust, now successfully ascended to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Everything seemed so easy and calm, but in the eyes of others, it was enough to make them tremble in fear. After all, it had not been long since Yin Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, having stepped into the martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light within them as he smiled, and descended from the heaven-swallowing sword box. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand and the heaven-swallowing sword box in the other, hovering above the blood pool with his eyes closed in concentration. He had never stopped refining the heaven-swallowing sword box, keeping the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner for his own use. That evil sword that was about to be born within the sword box would very likely fall into Yin Zhaoge's grasp as well. Because this sword had yet to be completely completed, Yin Zhaoge had made use of this chance to refine it. The difficulty of refining it was far lower than refining treasures like the King Xian spear. The crux of this was the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Still, Yin Zhaoge was extremely careful as well. Its original owner had forged this sword in an extremely risky and extreme manner, using the fleshly body of that ferocious Tao Tai to refine the treasure within which its demonic soul was sealed. If it was not handled properly, or if it was damaged by the outside world, the consequences would be inconceivable. It was very likely that it would lead to the revival of that Tao Tai. Just from the majestic spiritual qi within this blood pool, it could be seen how powerful this Tao Tai had been when it had been alive. According to Yin Zhaoge's calculations, using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners as an analogy, this Tao Tai had at least been a 9th-level martial saint when it had been alive, the late immortal bridge stage. It was even possible that it had been equivalent to an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. If this Tao Tai was really allowed to reincarnate, even in a heavily injured state where his soul and fleshly body were both incomplete, even the combined forces of those within the sea would be hard-pressed to stand against it. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone dared not be distracted as he was fully focused on the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge himself extended a hand now, pressing it on the surface of the sword box. Yin Zhaoge's extraordinary strength had already been extraordinary in the first place. Moreover, his cultivation base had now advanced a step further. With the help of his main body, the Northern Ocean clone's speed in refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner was increasing. The martial true intent and engraved marks that the original owner had infused into the treasures were currently being unceasingly erased and expelled by Yin Zhaoge's fist intent. Meanwhile, The concept of Yin Zhaoge's martial Dao and sword Dao was unceasingly engraved onto these treasures, gradually replacing their original owner's will. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Next, massive waves that surged to the heavens suddenly arose from the blood pool beneath their feet, wanting to drown Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone, and the heaven-swallowing sword box all at once. Yin Zhaoge reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught of the blood water down below. At the same time, the Taoye's heart as well as the blood pool within shook together. This shaking was not a problem with the mechanism, instead coming from the outside world. Yin Zhaoge immediately realized someone is shaking this underwater palace, and it is not just a single area. He frowned. The refinement of this evil sword had reached the final juncture. Just a little more time, and it would be completed. Unfortunately, other than himself, there were others who had entered this place, and they had even caused a huge commotion. If he was not careful, let alone the failure of the refinement of this high-grade sacred artifact, it might even bring about immense danger. Those who had caused the disturbance might not have realized this yet. Even if they had, being in the outskirts, they might still have a chance to flee. However, Yin Zhaoge, who was right beside the heaven-swallowing sword box, would definitely be the first to suffer. Right now, he could even feel that the Taotai demon soul sealed in the evil sword had suddenly become active. The lifelike silhouette of a Taotai surfaced on the surface of the ancient copper sword as it seemed about to shoot out from within. The sharp, piercing howl that resembled the wails of infants resounded. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before leaving the Northern Ocean clone behind to continue refining the heaven-swallowing sword box, while he himself followed the path from which he had entered, shooting outwards. As he sped along, the path before him was chaotic beyond compare. Beneath the disturbance of the golden light, it was hard to determine one's direction and sense the flow of spiritual qi. Still, after having walked outwards for a while, Yin Zhaoge suddenly heard someone's voice by his ear. Accompanied by the intense fluctuations of spiritual qi, the two sides were currently clashing. Still, both sides vaguely seemed to have the intention of not fighting. To be continued. Chapter 776. Yin Zhaoge was somewhat familiar with the spiritual qi fluctuations and the voices of the people speaking. He retracted his aura slightly and leaned forward. The other party's voice instantly became clearer. Please don't be impatient. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. The one who had spoken was clearly the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world, the Purple Sun Marshal St. Zhang Chao. The enemy of the great Xian dynasty is the Radiant Light sect. While we are residing in the Radiant Light sect, it is merely a temporary measure. After ascending from the lower worlds, we just happen to be within the Radiant Light sect's sphere of influence. Thus, we are temporarily residing in the Radiant Light sect. Zhang Chao's tone was calm, not containing any anger at all. Your position in the Grand Xian dynasty is extraordinary, and you should be able to come into contact with all kinds of news. My Sacred Sun clan has never directly become enemies with the Grand Xian dynasty, nor with the figures of your Shenling 10 swords, nor do we have any blood debts on our hands. Opposite Zhang Chao stood two people. They were the two brothers, Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. They had all accompanied their father, Kong Ping, in the great battle that had broken through the Radiant Light sect's Sun-Moon Peak. Then, under their insistence, they followed Kong Ping into the seas of the clear scenic region and into the endless magnetic storms. It was only after they entered the underwater palace that they were separated from Kong Ping. The two of them walked in the underground palace. They did not run into Luo Ziyuan, Guhong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others, but they ran into Zhang Chao. Kong Jinyuan's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. His entire person seemed to be shrouded under a layer of darkness. This appearance was completely different from his usual domineering and unbridled appearance. Ever since his mother, Madame Kong, had perished, he had always been like this. Grief, anger, panic, bewilderment, all sorts of emotions intertwined. Still, After having calmed down slightly, he could not forget that it had been his impulsive blood incantation shattering space all that had given Yin Zhaoge a chance to execute within the wound of the sky. Everything that had been set up afterwards had originated from here. Without that blood incantation shattering space all, Yin Zhaoge's Blood Devil Plate alone would not have been able to complete the subsequent Blood Devil Ritual and Illusory Devil Ritual. It was precisely because of the sudden appearance of that blood incantation space shattering all that Yin Zhaoge had been able to adapt to the situation, leading to the various changes that had occurred afterwards. In the end, it left the Radiant Light sects Luo Ziyuan and the others, as well as Madame Kong and her two sons, in a battle between two tigers where one would definitely die, perhaps even all of them. No one mentioned this. His father, Kong Ping, had never mentioned it. His brother, Kong Maosheng, who had always been hostile to him, had never mentioned it either. But Kong Jinyuan himself could never forget it. Kong Maosheng, who was standing beside him, was as steady as before, but he was actually very calm. At this moment, however, radiance flickered on the God's Gate acupoint on his wrist, resonating with the actual stars up in the sky. He had shockingly already successfully broken through space, seeing true divinity as he stepped into the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, he was still extremely young and had unlimited potential. Kong Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao. What do you want to say? Just say it. Although he was looking at Zhang Chao, at least half of Kong Maosheng's attention was on the woman beside Zhang Chao. The woman was elegant and otherworldly. Her facial features were flawless, and her eyes were like that of a deer's. She was quick-witted, yet delicate and lovable. As compared to the last time Yin Zhaoge had seen her, she hadn't changed much, just having gained some calmness that had been accumulated over the years. It was precisely Meng Wan. She was currently standing calmly by Zhang Chao's side. Beside her was a handsome, high-spirited youth who resembled the sun rising from the east, the rising sun that was currently ascending towards the heavens. It was Tang Yonghao, whom she had not seen for a long time. The three people of the Sacred Sun clan who had come to the world beyond worlds were all here now. As compared to Meng Wan, the Radiant Light sect clearly valued Tang Yonghao much less, as the various resources they provided him could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even so, however, Tang Yonghao's cultivation base had also advanced by leaps and bounds, displaying his outstanding talent, which was rare even in the world beyond worlds. In recent years, the Radiant Light sect had been paying more and more attention to him. Still, Tang Yonghao, who was currently still a martial grandmaster, was still not enough to enter Kong Maosheng's eyes, even if his cultivation base was higher than Meng Wan's. Kong Maosheng valued Meng Wan more than the white crown on Meng Wan's head. It was bright and cold like the moonlight of extreme Yin, yet no one could ignore it. Its radiance dispersed like ripples of water, seemingly enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth as an independent world was formed. Having already successfully attained the seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng possessed shocking strength that surpassed even Zhang Chao. This was especially so when Zhang Chao still did not possess a sacred artifact. Still, Meng Wan wielded the extreme Yin crown, already able to unleash the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. This supreme treasure that was on par with the extreme Yang seal was truly too powerful. If Meng Wan wielded it and joined hands with Zhang Chao, even Kong Maosheng did not have sufficient confidence in defeating them. Under such circumstances, Zhang Chao had instead adopted a stance of seeking peace. Kong Maosheng's heart jolted slightly. Indeed, he heard Zhang Chao say, "We wish to forsake the darkness for the light. We hope that you can recommend us." Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both frowned. Fairly speaking, while Zhang Chao's strength was inferior to Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, he was already a seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day, an expert wherever he went. Also, Zhang Chao might still have room for improvement. If he wished to submit to the Grand Qian dynasty, the Grand Qian dynasty would still welcome him. As he had said, there was no conflict between him and the Grand Qian dynasty. Still, what Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan paid more attention to was the extreme Yin crown. This high-grade sacred artifact was not just outstanding in itself. It could also represent something beyond itself. Zhang Chao stood calmly where he was, waiting patiently. The existence of the extreme Yin crown was also where his confidence lay. After having learned about the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown from various sources, Zhang Chao grew even more confident. The more one understood the extreme Yin crown like Kong Ping and the others, the more prudent they would be in handling things, not blindly want to take it for themselves like the Radiant Light sect. He believed that Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan would most likely not refuse. At the very least, they would bring them to meet Kong Ping and the others first before making a decision. Instead, it was Zhang Chao who had been observing Meng Wan's reaction all along. While Meng Wan's current cultivation base was still that of a martial grandmaster, wielding the extreme Yin crown now, she could only be stronger than him, Zhang Chao. To Meng Wan, Zhang Chao was a legendary grandmaster-level authority, her great senior apprentice granduncle, who was even stronger than Huang Guanglia, who had always determined her fate in the Eight Extremities world that year. Still, with the passage of time, the current Meng Wan already possessed the ability to make her own decisions even when facing Zhang Chao. She was currently silent. Even as Zhang Chao felt at ease, he could not help but wonder what exactly Meng Wan was planning. Beside him, Tang Yonghao could not help but knit his brows tightly, a look of worry appearing within his eyes. Looking at Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, Zhang Chao said slowly, "The Radiant Light sect has deep enmity with you. Actually, the two of you also have a common enemy, that Yin Zhaoge. Meanwhile, this old man's lineage similarly has a reconcilable enmity with Yin Zhaoge and his lineage." Chapter 777. Hearing Zhang Chao mention Yin Zhaoge, the expressions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both changed. Kong Jinyuan's expression became even gloomier, his eyes flickering with a cold light nonstop. Kong Maosheng stared at Zhang Chao and thought of many things in an instant. The extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown had both been discovered in the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, like Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao hailed from the Eight Extremities world. Everything else aside, Zhang Chao and the others' understanding of Yin Zhaoge might be even deeper than their own group, those of the Royal Reed Sea, and even those of the Radiant Light sect. This was especially so, as the entire Grand Xian dynasty had always been concerned about whether Yin Zhaoge was related to the exalted solar luminary of the extreme Yang seal. Kong Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao and slowly said, "I'm unable to make a decision on this matter. I'll introduce you to my father later, and you could discuss it with him." Zhang Chao nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Your father's cultivation is high. I believe that the Radiant Light sect will be hard-pressed to escape destruction this time. Still, with the endless magnetic storms rampaging here and the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, is also accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. If he manages to escape amidst the chaos, I might be able to help the people of the Grand Xian dynasty in searching for his whereabouts afterwards." Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan's eyes brightened at the same time. "If there's a need, that would be great." As Kong Maosheng said this, his gaze fell on Meng Wan, looking at the extreme Yin crown on her head as he pondered silently. Zhang Chao glanced at Meng Wan as well. This extreme Yin crown is rather special. It can only be wielded by girls who possess the extreme Yin physique. Kong Maosheng suddenly understood. "I see. It was no wonder that the Radiant Light sect had not been able to effectively control such a treasure, instead still having it in Meng Wan's possession." Looking at Zhang Chao, he said, "Since that is so, this extreme Yin crown is still." Kong Maosheng suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and he abruptly turned his head to the side. "You can forget about this extreme Yin crown." At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Yin Zhaoge's figure appeared before Zhang Chao, Kong Maosheng, and Meng Wan. Within this palace formed of the flesh and blood of the Tao Tai, Yin Zhaoge was garbed in white with a blue robe on the outside, resembling an elegant young master. Beside him stood a girl, similarly dressed in the standard attire of Broad Creed Mountain. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng. Meng Wan, who had been calm and indifferent all this while, narrowed her eyes. Feng Yunsheng met her gaze. Although they were in such an environment, both of them smiled. Looking at Zhang Chao, Yin Zhaoge smiled. While it has been delayed for a few years due to the Radiant Light sect, the Extreme Crown will still belong to my Broad Creed Mountain at the end of the day. This time, we will not let others interfere with it. His gaze moved from Zhang Chao to Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Kong Jinyuan's eyes were filled with rage and resentment, and he was almost unable to restrain himself from pouncing forward. He was completely restraining himself. Kong Maosheng's gaze was similarly ice-cold. His originally solemn expression became even more solemn. His birth mother had died early, and he had practically been raised single-handedly by Madame Kong, viewing him as her own. Yin Zhaoge glanced at them before his gaze returned to Zhang Chao, feeling rather emotional for a time. The Radiant Light sect ship was about to capsize. It was only to be expected that Zhang Chao, who was a vassal of the Radiant Light sect, would want to change sides. The Grand Qian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, as they held a powerful position in the Royal Reed Sea. Also having a common enemy with the Radiant Light sect and the Sacred Sun clan, Yin Zhaoge. While the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Qian dynasty already had irreconcilable enmity, Zhang Chao did not personally have any conflict with the Grand Qian dynasty. It was just that having been closely following in the footsteps of the Radiant Light sect just a moment ago, the Grand Qian dynasty, who had destroyed the Radiant Light sect the next moment, would inevitably make one sigh. Just from Tang Yonghao's expression, one could tell how conflicted and disapproving he was. Still, Yin Zhaoge was not surprised at all that this had happened to Zhang Chao. Ever since he had learnt of the life experiences of this person who had been known as the Sacred Sun Saint amongst the people of the Eight Extremities world, the most important figure in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had understood that Zhang Chao's ability to adapt to circumstances was unparalleled. When this hegemon of the Eight Extremities world who had ascended to the world beyond worlds had attempted to attack Broad Creed Mountain that year, facing their founder, the exalted Heaven Shaker, Zhan Donga, who had successfully broken out of seclusion, he had directly retreated without even looking back. Afterwards, he had hidden in the mouth of a volcano, imprisoning himself for many years in exchange for quelling Zhan Donga's rage. It was only when the Flame Devil world had invaded the Eight Extremities world that he had earnestly asked Zhan Donga to allow him to leave the mountain as well, jointly resisting the Flame Devils. When Zhan Donga had perished afterwards, Zhang Chao had finally been able to stretch his muscles and bones, leading the Sacred Sun clan to a peak in its history, dominating the Eight Extremities world. If not for the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo unexpectedly standing firm, Broad Creed Mountain, which had suffered a great blow to its vitality in resisting the invasion of the Flame Devils, would probably have long since been flattened by the Sacred Sun clan. And now, having arrived in the world beyond worlds, while Zhang Chao was very powerful, there would always be experts amongst experts, as there were many who were stronger than him. Zhang Chao thus began readjusting his position. It was not surprising that such a nimble and flexible person had chosen to jump off the Radiant Light sect, which was on the verge of capsizing, and board the even larger ship that was the Grand Qian dynasty. Even though he appeared cold and unfeeling, Zhang Chao did not care about it all. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, his expression turned rather solemn. To think that after the Zhan brothers, Broad Creed Mountain would actually produce you father and son of the Yin family. Could it really be that the heavens are watching over Broad Creed Mountain? Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "The heavens aid the strong. This Yin does not know if the heavens are watching over my Broad Creed Mountain, but your luck is indeed not that good." Kong Jinyuan gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. "You actually appeared here?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You came, he came. I naturally came as well." Kong Jinyuan's eyes virtually seemed like they were about to spurt fire. If not for those of Golden Court Mountain protecting you, you would already be a dead man long ago. You actually still dare to come here by yourself? Yin Zhaoge smiled as he walked towards Kong Jinyuan, Kong Maosheng, and Zhang Chao. Maternal love is something worthy of praise, being able to create miracles. Last time, it was your mother who saved you. I wonder who it will be this time." As he said this, Yin Zhaoge directly raised a hand, his palm enveloping the sky as he sought to envelop the three of them within. Kong Maosheng pulled Kong Jinyuan behind him, the sword by his waist, leaving its scabbard, transforming into a sword light that resembled water as it shot into the skies, meeting Yin Zhaoge's palm. Zhang Chao sighed, similarly making a move as he executed the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the extreme Yang fist, resembling the blazing sun in the sky as it illuminated the surrounding heavens and earth. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he secretly circulated the cyclic heavenly seal within the heavenly broad creed palm, a terrifying force mightily descending towards the enemy with the momentum of collapsing the sky. Heaven and earth reversed. The powerful force of yin and yang reversed caused the blazing heat from Zhang Chao's extreme yang fist to instantly cool, becoming icy cold. Yin Zhaoge's palm did not sweep Meng Wan within. However, the extreme yin crown on Meng Wan's head began to emanate radiance. She looked at Feng Yunsheng in front of her and saw that Feng Yunsheng's eyes had suddenly turned into two dark blue suns. The Cold Sun Divine Saber was unsheathed. To be continued. Chapter 778. Looking calmly at Feng Yunsheng, Meng Wan smiled. "Senior apprentice Sister Feng, perhaps I have always been waiting for this day." When she said that she had always been waiting, she did not mean that she would hand the extreme yin crown over to Feng Yunsheng. Instead, she looked forward to competing with this closest sister of hers, seeing who was the strongest maiden of extreme yin. Even though she had always been the most outstanding maiden of extreme yin in the past 8 Extremities World's extreme yin bout, Meng Wan had never forgotten that she had actually been Feng Yunsheng's substitute at the start. If nothing had happened to Feng Yunsheng that year, no one knew what would have happened afterwards. Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting had won in the second extreme yin bout while she had been injured. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao had won in the fourth extreme yin bout due to her cultivating in a special technique. The Sacred Sun clan's third maiden of extreme yin, her backup Yun Xiuqing. Meng Wan had absolute confidence in all of these people. As long as nothing happened to her, she would be the absolute ruler of the extreme yin bout. Chun Sutting, Fan Xiao, and the others would not be able to shake her position, let alone infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui and the heavenly thunder halls Nian Lei and the others. Feng Yunsheng would not be able to catch up to her even if she started afresh for 2 years. However, if not for these 2 years, everyone cultivating normally, would she be able to surpass Senior Apprentice Sister Feng, defeat her? This was the only thing that Meng Wan was not confident in regarding the extreme yin bout. To Feng Yunsheng, the extreme yin crown was an obsession. Meanwhile, Meng Wan also felt many regrets regarding what had happened that year. Now, this question was finally going to be answered. Feng Yunsheng had actually miraculously made up for those 2 years, possibly even walking further and faster than her. While Meng Wan was happy for Feng Yunsheng, she would definitely not surrender. Even if she had not been brought to the world beyond worlds by the Radiant Light sect, and had remained in the 8 Extremities world, facing Broad Creed Mountain, who had swept through the 8 Extremities world, she would definitely not surrender. Looking at Feng Yunsheng in front of her, Meng Wan smiled, saying, "Senior Apprentice Sister Feng, it's a pity that we are now going to be opponents. Even without the extreme yin bout, we would still definitely have had a battle. You are a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. I am a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Broad Creed Mountain destroyed the Sacred Sun clan. While I do not agree with many of the decisions and actions of the clan, of Senior Apprentice Granduncle Huang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Huang, and Senior Apprentice Brother Huang Jia, at the end of the day, I am still Master's disciple, a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. It was Master who nurtured and guided me, gradually walking to where I am today. For Master, for the Sacred Sun clan, I cannot lose. I cannot even participate in this long, overdue extreme yin bout with you. In such a situation, I must do everything possible, using all methods to obtain victory. I need the extreme yin crown as my weapon to stand against that Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, to stand against you." Meng Wan's expression was tranquil, but her gaze was firm and unwavering. Feng Yunsheng was probably one of the few people in this world who understood Meng Wan the most. With her understanding of Meng Wan would probably reject the matter of abandoning the Radiant Light sect and joining the Grand Xian dynasty just like Tang Yonghao. Unlike Tang Yonghao, who is currently unable to influence Zhang Chao with his current cultivation base, the current Meng Wan had the ability to say no. However, she did not. She was not familiar with Zhang Chao. However, in response to the upbringing of the Sacred Sun clan, she was willing to listen to Zhang Chao's opinion, tacitly agreeing that the extreme Yin crown belonged to the Sacred Sun clan and not her, Meng Wan. Perhaps this attitude would not be permanent. Still, it was like this for now at least. It was the same for her battle with Feng Yunsheng now. If she followed her own wishes, she would rather complete this long, overdue extreme Yin bout with Feng Yunsheng, seeing who was the strongest maiden of extreme Yin. Now, however, she was not battling for her own sake. Instead, as a member of the Sacred Sun clan, she was clashing with Broad Creed Mountain's Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng said, "Little Wan, I am not trying to shake your resolve. Actually, from the bottom of my heart, I have always wanted to battle with you, just like you. However, there are some things that I should tell you. Broad Creed Mountain did not exterminate all of the Sacred Sun clan's disciples. Your master is also not dead, currently residing in Turbid Wave Pavilion as a guest. If there is a chance, return to the Eight Extremities world to visit your master." In the entire Sacred Sun clan, there were only two people whom Meng Wan truly felt close to. One was her master, the other was Feng Yunsheng. It was only before them that Meng Wan was her truest self. Hearing this news, a smile blossomed on Meng Wan's face. "If there is a chance, I will definitely return to see Master. If I do not die beneath Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's saber in this battle." Bright moonlight above Meng Wan's head transformed into a pure white phoenix, emitting a clear cry as it spread its wings and soared high into the sky. "While Master is still alive, I must account for the Sacred Sun clan in this battle, going all out with my full strength." Meng Wan's expression was solemn as accompanied by the spread of the white phoenix's wings. The surrounding space was dyed with a layer of clear radiance, cold and silent as the cold pierced the bone. Feng Yunsheng's cold sun divine saber rose unceasingly, the great ice-blue sun illuminating the surrounding area. "There is no need for little Wan to worry. I understand what you are thinking." Feng Yunsheng strode forward, "because it is the same for me. Broad Creed Mountain has given me a new life. A high-grade sacred artifact is of great significance, possessing great power. I want to obtain it for the clan." The saber rose, blue light flourishing, illuminating the heavens and the earth. "Be careful, little Wan. This saber of mine may not be inferior to the extreme Yin crown." Saying thus, Feng Yunsheng chopped downwards with her saber, space directly shattering. That power was not inferior to the full-powered attack of a seeing divinity martial saint in the least. The cold sun and the power of extreme Yin collided with a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga smiled from the side. "A pity that I can't calm down and watch this battle." The brilliant rainbow sword appeared in Kong Maosheng's hand. When he slashed out, Kong Maosheng's sword light, which was like a river of time, rippled violently, as if it would break at any moment. When Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan saw this, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Father once said that his swordsmanship is extremely sharp, beyond imagination. But without seeing it with our own eyes, who would have thought that it would be so powerful? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga instead smiled. "It is a martial art of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture at the end of the day. A pity that I cultivate in the immortal ending sword and not the immortal trapping sword." While he was thinking this, Yin Zhaoga appeared relaxed as he struck towards Zhang Chao with a palm, even as he hacked at Kong Maosheng. Zhang Chao punched out simultaneously with his fists, two great golden suns intermingling as they formed a fist force of extreme yang, which met Yin Zhaoga's palm. However, as soon as the two forces came into contact, the golden sunlight immediately dimmed, and the blazing temperature began to cool down. Zhang Chao's extremely tough, extremely hot, and extremely Yang fist force was dispelled by the cyclic heaven seal. Not waiting for Zhang Chao to react, Yin Zhaoge's palm changed once more. He retracted his 4 fingers, only his index finger remaining as he tapped out toward Zhang Chao. Pale light appeared on Yin Zhaoge's fingertip. Guided by that pale light, Zhang Chao's fist force, which had turned from extreme Yang to extreme Yin, instantly swept back towards him. Yin Yang heavenly scripture, pointing at Yin in Yang. To be continued. Chapter 779. As Yin Zhaoge executed the Yin Yang finger, where his fingertips passed, the force of Zhang Chao's fist instantly reversed. Zhang Chao was greatly alarmed. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and did not unleash all of his strength, so he still had time to change his move. Left hand in front and right hand behind, Zhang Chao blocked before him with his palms, dispelling the force of Yin Zhaoge's finger. Yet, beneath Yin Zhaoge's finger, the variations of Yin and Yang were too swift, as there was virtually no delay whatsoever. Before Zhang Chao could exert force with his left palm, his palm was pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's finger. The pale radiance opened up a bloody hole in the center of Zhang Chao's left palm, piercing through it and continuing forward. With this obstruction, Zhang Chao managed to gather strength in his right hand in time. The extreme Yang true essence was finally able to block the attack of the extreme Yin finger. When Yin and Yang met, another change occurred. Zhang Chao dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding this finger of Yin Zhaoge's. He was both shocked and enraged. Having already broken through the void to see true divinity and ascended to the seeing divinity realm, the might of the extreme Yang fist scripture was even more ferocious than before when he executed it. In terms of direct combat prowess alone, Zhang Chao was extremely outstanding amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even in the world beyond worlds. However, as Yin Zhaoge cultivated in the Yin Yang heavenly scripture and executed the Yin Yang finger, it just happened to counter his supreme Yang fist, causing him to be unable to move at all. He had a body full of strength, but it was completely useless. Kong Maosheng could only join forces with Zhang Chao now, the time-flowing sword expanding, transforming into a long river of time as it hacked down towards Yin Zhaoge. Enveloped by the sword light, Yin Zhaoge's speed seemed to instantly slow down. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, as beneath his feet, black qi appeared on one side and white qi on the other. The two qis of black and white intermingled and coiled, moving upwards through Yin Zhaoge's legs, exerting force through his spine. He pointed at Kong Maosheng's sword light with his left hand, black and white appearing on his fingertips. Yin and Yang fishes intertwined, faintly forming the image of Taiji. The Taiji diagram spun, and Kong Maosheng's sword light was immediately deflected, slashing towards Zhang Chao instead. Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao widened their eyes. Having already attained the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng's grasp of his martial Tao and true essence had long since become extremely detailed, as he could control and unleash them as he pleased. Unless his opponent was much stronger than him, or if his martial arts just happened to counter his time-flowing sword, even if Kong Maosheng could defeat him, he would at least be able to display what he had learned. When had something like this ever happened, the sword light deviated involuntarily, and it was difficult to even retract it. With his sword having been deflected by Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Chao was doomed. With the Laogong acupoint on his left palm having been pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's finger, when he tried to exert force, his vitality would leak out unceasingly, temporarily being equivalent to being crippled. Having paid such a terrible price and barely evading Yin Zhaoge's attack, before he could even catch his breath, Kong Maosheng's time-flowing sword had already arrived before him. Zhang Chao was enveloped by the sword light, and his figure instantly slowed down. His left shoulder was immediately stabbed, and blood gushed out. Fortunately, Kong Maosheng used all his strength to pull back his sword, allowing Zhang Chao to escape disaster. However, on the other side, after deflecting Kong Maosheng's sword light with a finger, Yin Zhaoge chopped out with a glorious rainbow sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would perish. In front of Kong Maosheng's eyes, there was only a speck of light that kept expanding until it occupied the entire world. In the next moment, it was as if the sword light was going to pierce through his forehead and penetrate his skull. He screamed, and a layer of watery light appeared on his body, as if he had sunk into the river of time. Time flowed rapidly. Enveloped by this, Kong Maosheng's speed suddenly increased as well, barely evading Yin Zhaoge's sword. Bolstered by this secret art, while his speed had increased, his longevity had also flowed faster. Even so, a red dot of blood appeared between Kong Maosheng's brows, stars appearing chaotically within his mind as a piercing pain overcame him. At this moment of life and death, Zhang Chao dared not hold anything back in the least. His figure rose and leapt as he lunged towards Yin Zhaoge's head from above. While he could not use his left hand, he clenched the fingers of his right fist, punching down towards Yin Zhaoge's head. Bright golden light condensed unceasingly, gradually turning purple. Zhang Chao's entire person seemed to have transformed into a great purple sun, plummeting down from the sky. The great purple sun that was even more terrifying than the great golden sun seemed to have reached the end of the heavens and earth, a great calamity occurring as it finally collapsed. The strongest martial art of the supreme Yang fist that Zhang Chao had created, the purple sun wheel that surpassed all the previous martial arts of the sacred Sun Clan. As his fist struck out, it actually vaguely contained some of the might of the extreme Yang seal. Zhang Chao, wherever you go, my broad Creed Mountain will be able to deal with you. Yin Zhaoge, however, laughed, striking out with the yin-yang finger once more, pointing at the black and white on his fingertip as it spun. Zhang Chao's ferocious purple sun wheel immediately deviated. The target of the violent fist was no longer Yin Zhaoge, but Kong Maosheng. While Kong Maosheng had escaped death after being struck by Yin Zhaoge's immortal ending sword qi, a piercing pain filled his mind as he was completely unable to concentrate at all. Facing Zhang Chao's sudden punch, he could only barely dodge it. However, the ferocious purple sun wheel still struck Kong Maosheng's leg, directly breaking this flowing time successor's leg. Kong Maosheng clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Two seeing divinity martial saints besieging a merging avatar martial saint was an inconceivable matter, no matter where it was. What was even more inconceivable was that the two of them, seeing divinity martial saints, were unable to defeat the other party. Besieging the two, Yin Zhaoge dealt with them with ease, instead causing them to be flustered. What chilled their hearts even more was the fact that Yin Zhaoge seemed to be distracted. His mind was wandering. With my actions, the speed of the sacrificial artifact which is used to seal the evil soul of the Tao Tai has increased. Still, a little more time is still needed for it to succeed. As Yin Zhaoge clashed with Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao, he mentally communicated with the Northern Ocean clone within the blood pool. Even so, he was still leisurely being besieged by two seeing divinity martial saints. Having successfully cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge did not fear being besieged at all. He already possessed the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, which reversed the two extremities, as well as his self-created finger-flicking shocking thunder, which allowed him to quickly return his qi. Now that he cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, yin and yang merged, the variations of the two extremities allowing him to possess peak methods of deflecting and borrowing power, his recovery rate of his essence becoming even more powerful. Aided by yin and yang, he virtually did not exhaust any of his true essence while battling two seeing divinity martial saints. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not fear being besieged because he was just too fast. Unless there was an enemy whose speed was at least close to the Northern Ocean clone's, being able to tie him down, the Northern Ocean clone would be able to make use of his advantage in speed to easily face them all alone. As for Yin Zhaoge himself, he was even more proficient than the Northern Ocean clone in group battles and fierce battles. There had to be an enemy who was clearly stronger than him, or someone who could suppress the variations of the yin-yang heavenly scripture before Yin Zhaoge would feel pressured. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many people came. But right now, neither Kong Maosheng nor Zhang Chao could do it. Zhang Chao's mouth was filled with bitterness, despair rising in his heart. Back then, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, he had been in high spirits as he had been prepared to unify the eight extremities world. Yet, he had not expected to encounter Zhang Donga, who had also advanced a step further, attaining the second level of the martial saint realm. In the end, he could only imprison himself within the volcano. Currently, Zhang Donga had long since passed away while he had become the first person of the eight extremities world to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. It seemed to prove that the one who had the last laugh was the winner. However, the Yin Zhaoge before him left him in even greater despair. The person before him was yet another martial practitioner of the second level of the martial saint realm. Zhang Chao himself was already no longer the same as he had been in the past, having attained the fourth level of the martial saint realm, breaking through space to see true divinity as his strength had soared by leaps and bounds, no longer being what it had been in the past. However, all of this was useless. Facing yet another Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner, he was still not a match for him. To be continued. Chapter 780. Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered, his fingers shifting the universe, yin and yang circulating. Zhang Chao's purple sun wheel, which he had used all his strength to deflect, broke the leg of Kong Maosheng, who was working together against him. Yin Zhaoge himself did not cease in his actions. After the yin-yang finger of his left hand had succeeded, the glorious rainbow sword his right hand carried an arc of destruction as it hacked towards Zhang Chao once more. Zhang Chao's heart turned cold. He could virtually foresee that making a move to block Yin Zhaoge's attack would most likely be useless. His move would be strangely deflected by Yin Zhaoge, falling towards Kong Maosheng once more. And Kong Maosheng's attack would fall on him. It was as if they would never be able to attack Yin Zhaoge, only able to attack each other. Even as they faced the other party's attack, they also had to face Yin Zhaoge's seemingly indestructible sword. Forcefully enduring his injuries, Zhang Chao let out a long howl, his figure shifting to the side like the sun traversing the sky. When executed by the seeing divinity martial Saint Zhang Chao, the sacred Sun Clan's leap of the rising sun far surpassed that of other sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners. Still, guided by the Qi, Yin Zhaoge's swordlight was even swifter as he chased after Zhang Chao, not giving him a chance to flee. Having distanced himself from Kong Maosheng, Zhang Chao finally made a move, blocking Yin Zhaoge's sword. However, an astonishing brilliance suddenly burst out from the sword light, and wisps of white qi lingered within it. Wherever the white sword energy went, the shadow of death immediately shrouded Zhang Chao's heart. He, who had always been mentally stable, vaguely saw an illusory scene in front of him. It was the end of the world, the end of the world. All things headed towards their end and destruction together. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The seas dried up and the land was covered in flames. The entire boundless universe was destroyed together. Zhang Chao groaned miserably. Blood spurted out from his injured left shoulder and left hand at the same time, burning in the air. He forcibly twisted his body, using his left arm to receive Yin Zhaoge's sword. At the instant he was struck, Zhang Chao's left arm exploded into a bloody mist. He had broken his left arm of his own accord. As his shattered left arm was twisted by Yin Zhaoge's swordlight, its flesh and blood instantly disintegrated. The blood mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. His blood, tendons, and bones, which had been burning hot just a moment ago, were all shattered and turned into ashes. How tough was the flesh and blood of a seeing divinity martial saint. Zhang Chao voluntarily abandoned his left arm. His flesh and blood exploded, forming a terrifying rain of blood. If ordinary martial practitioners below the fourth level of the martial saint realm were to get too close, they would be directly blasted to death by this explosion. However, This terrifying explosion was instantly dispelled into nothingness by Yin Zhaoga's swordlight. It seemed as if the sound of thunder was louder than the raindrops. But when this scene landed in Zhang Chao and Kong Maosheng's eyes, it made their hearts sink to rock bottom even more. Zhang Chao's right hand clutched the bleeding wound on his left shoulder. His left hand had been severed at the shoulder. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that I wouldn't die at Zhang Dong's hands, but at the hands of his great disciples? Zhang Chao gazed at Yin Zhaoga. You still possess a supreme treasure like the extreme Yang seal. A pity, a pity. This old man did not want to provoke the 9 underworlds back then, and did not take the risk to descend into the deep abyss of the earth domain. Otherwise, if this old man had obtained the extreme Yang seal that was used to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds, everything would have been different afterwards. Zhang Chao let out a long sigh. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. I've worked hard for half my life, yet I've ended up in such a state. I really regret it. After that sword, Yin Zhaoga no longer looked at Zhang Chao. Instead, his expression changed slightly as he turned to look elsewhere. Fiery light suddenly shot out from a passageway in the underground palace. The cry of a phoenix resounded within the underground palace. While it was not as clear and bright as Meng Wan's, it appeared more authoritative and orthodox. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoga saw that it was a fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix did not lunge towards Yin Zhaoga. This was not an expert of the southern Blazing Heaven territory who had come personally. Instead, he had created a puppet with the help of a secret technique, temporarily maintaining it with the strength of a merging avatar martial saint. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, yet lunged towards an unexpected person. Tang Yonghao. Zhang Chao clashed with Yin Zhaoga, and Meng Wan clashed with Feng Yinsheng. Tang Yonghao retreated to the side, Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng not attacking him. While Tang Yonghao did not agree with Zhang Chao's decision to abandon the Radiant Light sect and join the Grand Qian dynasty, he had not fled by himself that year, as he had just stood quietly in the distance, waiting for the final conclusion of the great battle. Now, Tang Yonghao was taken aback by the fiery phoenix that suddenly lunged towards him. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yonghao realized something. Could it be because of that bone that I just obtained? The fiery phoenix was swift, its wings of flame instantly enveloping Tang Yonghao. Blazing fire seemed like it wanted to incinerate Tang Yonghao into ashes. While there was a great disparity between them, Tang Yonghao had no intention of submitting or begging for mercy as he straightened his spine and faced his powerful opponent head-on. Stimulated by those flames, Tang Yonghao's body suddenly emitted a 5-colored light. This sudden change surprised Yin Zhaoga, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan, and Kong Maosheng. The silhouette of a divine bird actually surfaced above Tang Yonghao's head. The head of a chicken, the jaw of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the back of a turtle, and the tail of a fish. It was clearly a phoenix. This phoenix was surrounded by the 5 virtues, the water ripples of holy virtue, the thick earth of meritorious virtue, the white chi of nether virtue, and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Yet, the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white was tangible as it circulated unceasingly. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga was greatly taken aback. I have never seen Tang Yonghao like this before. Gazing over, he saw that there seemed to be an existence that flickered with radiance within Tang Yonghao's body. The silhouette of the phoenix and the dawn mist of moral virtue both originated from there. Tang Yonghao's body had yet to completely merge with it, as they appear to be independent of each other. It should be some external object of his, a supreme treasure. The treasure had merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. That fiery phoenix spoke in a human tongue. This is something that belongs to me. What right and ability do you have to take it for yourself? He had not known of the existence of the heaven-swallowing sword box earlier. The reason he had come to this underwater palace was precisely for this phoenix bone. This phoenix bone contained the true intent of moral virtue, as its value did not just lie in itself. More importantly, It could make up for the deficiencies of his phoenix true form scripture, its significance surpassing the heavens, as its value even surpassed that of a high-grade sacred artifact. Unexpectedly, it had been inadvertently obtained by Tang Yonghao after having entered the underwater palace, even unexpectedly merging with his body. That fiery phoenix could not even be bothered with Yin Zhaogan now, as blazing fire descended, enveloping Tang Yonghao's entire body. The phoenix bone had already merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. This fiery phoenix still had a single chance now, which was to refine Tang Yonghao along with the phoenix bone, shedding his mortal fleshly body and returning to its original appearance. Virtue and virtue were the source of all arts, spreading virtue and spreading its laws to the world. The black and white dawn mist of moral virtue enveloped Tang Yonghao's entire body, unceasingly reducing the blazing fire into harmless spiritual qi. Still, the difference in their cultivation bases was too great as the blazing fire finally still gradually devoured him. Seeing this, Mengwan wanted to temporarily give up on Feng Yunsheng and charge towards that fiery phoenix. Yet, it was already a little too late. Now, a sword light flew over, the blazing fire instantly withering. To be continued. Chapter 781. As compared to Mengwan, who had borrowed the power of the extreme Yin crown, Yin Zhaoga's personal strength was, at the end of the day, the first to discover the arrival of that fiery phoenix. Witnessing the phoenix silhouette that had suddenly erupted from Tang Yonghao's body and the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white, Yin Zhaoga seemed to have comprehended something. The initial goal of that descendant of the Southern Exalt's lineage in coming to the underwater palace this time should have been this phoenix bone. This piece of phoenix bone only contained the dawn mist of virtue and lacked the true meaning of the other four virtues. There was only one possibility for the other party to think so highly of him. While the Southern Exalt's phoenix true form scripture possessed the true intent of the phoenix, it was truly incomplete of the five virtues. The virtuous thick earth, the nether virtue white qi, and the fortuitous purple light. It was hard to say about the holy virtue water ripple, but from the looks of it, the moral dawn mist was most likely lacking in cultivation methods. It was because of this that the person before them had taken the risk of crossing boundaries, barging into the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, barging into the Royal Reed Sea in search of this phoenix bone. This also explained why Wang Hui and the others had actually dared to act viciously against a descendant of the southeastern Exalt like Yi Xian in order to keep a secret. If this matter was known by the southeastern Exalt, it would be very difficult for Wang Hui and the others to succeed. The relationship between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory had never been good. If the phoenix bone fell into Golden Court Mountain's hands, they would have many ways to manipulate it. The flame phoenix flapped its wings and surrounded Tang Yonghao. It wanted to refine him alive and restore his precious bones. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga slashed out with his sword. Having slain Li Jin of the Southern Exalt's lineage, enmity with the Southern Blazing Heaven territory had already been sown. If the Southern Exalt's lineage's cultivation base rose greatly, it would clearly be disadvantageous to them. That fiery phoenix was merely a puppet. Having eaten Yin Zhaoga's sword, its flames instantly dissipated, its feathers seemingly falling off nonstop. You again. Fire Phoenix was enraged. Yin Zhaoga said casually, obtaining the method but not the meaning. Even if I let you obtain this phoenix bone, so what? You still cannot cultivate the dawn mist of virtue. The fire phoenix fell from the sky. The flames around its body gradually extinguished. This puppet had been cleaved into two by Yin Zhaoga's sword, unable to move any longer. The aura of the fire phoenix gradually became dim and weak. The spirit energy and martial fist intent that had originally remained within it all dissipated. Before the fiery phoenix had completely vanished, it gazed at Yin Zhaoga. Having obtained that bone and cultivating in the Tao virtue, I will naturally do some things to conveniently accumulate virtue and refine it into a black and white mist. What I think and what I usually do and what I do when I practice are two different things. I don't always need the moral dawn mist to fight against my enemies. I cultivate the phoenix technique to become stronger, not to turn myself into a phoenix. Paying attention to accumulating the 5 virtues is for cultivation. At this moment, the other party's emotions had already calmed down. People practice martial arts, not martial arts to control people. To be controlled and restricted by martial arts is like buying the casket and returning the pearls. Who would do such a stupid thing? Yin Zhaoge laughed. This kind of thing is a matter of opinion. The flames gradually dispersed, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was a folded phoenix. At this moment, it was jet black and charred, gradually burning into ashes. I heard your final words just now. So you're not related to the exalted solar luminary at all, only having picked up the extreme yang seal by chance. Yin Zhaoge looked like he was smiling, whilst also not at the paper phoenix amidst the flames. The other party said mildly, "While the passageways of the underground palace are currently chaotic, I already know this place. Please wait for a moment. This Zhuang will be there very soon." Before that paper phoenix was completely incinerated, he glanced at Meng Wan from the corner of his eye, muttering to himself in a voice that no one could hear, so similar. As the phoenix vanished, everyone exchanged looks. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Tang Yonghao had a rather complex expression on his face. Still, he cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge, thanking him for saving his life. Glancing at the scattered ashes, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "There are many who want to find trouble with me. You'll have to queue up." With that, he gazed elsewhere. The hearts of Kong Mao Sheng, Zhang Chao, and the others jolted slightly now as they discovered a powerful aura suddenly approaching from another direction. Carefully feeling its power fluctuations, Kong Mao Sheng blurted out, "Senior apprentice Uncle Chi." A tall, middle-aged man flew over, his face sallow and his gaze cold. Having met him a few times before, Yin Zhaoge knew that he was called Qi Wei, the descendant of Dao Ashur who had come to the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shunlingzi that year to conquer the world, a leading formation grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty and even the Royal Reed Sea. Seeing this, Kong Jinyuan was instantly overjoyed. "It's great that senior apprentice Uncle Qi has come." Yin Zhaoge smiled lightly, flipping his palm as a great golden seal instantly appeared amidst space, resembling the blazing sun in the sky, as it was even more terrifying than when Zhang Chao executed the purple sun wheel. Just having approached, before Qi Wei could even discern the situation, his field of vision was completely filled by sunlight. The mighty extreme yang seal descended towards Qi Wei's head, instantly leaving him dazed. He was proficient in formations. Given sufficient time, making use of the geographical advantage to set up a formation, he would be able to dominate the masses, his strength far surpassing that of martial experts of the same cultivation level. Conversely, however, he was slightly weaker in terms of his cultivation base. While Yin Zhaoge had yet to reach the seeing divinity stage at the end of the day, wielding the extreme yang seal now, Qi Wei's head was still nearly covered in blood. It was only thanks to the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the blurry shadow woven robe, that he had managed to block this blow. Regaining his wits, Qi Wei's gaze instantly turning colder as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and the injured Kong Mao Sheng again. He said not a word as he retrieved 13 yellow flags, throwing them out. The 13 flags fluttered in the wind, light shooting out in all directions as numerous streams of radiance linked together, enveloping this region of space. The environment of the underwater palace was complex with intersecting passageways. Having only just arrived here, Qi Wei would not have been able to set up a formation in advance. Still, he was indeed highly skilled in formations as he had already reached the point where he could virtually establish a formation with a casual wave of his hand. Good. Yin Zhaoge could not help but nod in admiration. Still, while he was admiring, Yin Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony in the slightest as he pushed out with a palm, the extreme yang seal striking out with a domineering momentum once more. The glorious sun descended amidst the formation, right at the crux of Qi Wei's formation, causing it to be hard to activate and circulate as he wished. Illuminated by the all-encompassing sunlight, the 13 flags shook simultaneously as the formation became unstable. Qi Wei snorted, waving the formation flags with one hand while retrieving other treasures with the other, wanting to set up a second formation in succession. Even as Yin Zhaoge wielded the extreme Yang seal, he had already long since slashed out with a sword, targeting Qi Wei himself. Qi Wei's movements slowed for a moment as he wielded the blurry shadow-woven robe to protect himself. A black shadow moved about on his body, enveloping him as he instantly flashed to the side. Then, a formation that flickered with the light of thunder appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head. Thunder roared, heavenly thunder rumbling 5 times. Yin Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively, his body rotating as he ingeniously saw through the formation, avoiding the direct bombardment of the thunderbolts. Then he executed the yin-yang finger, directing yin and yang, shifting heaven and earth. Numerous thunderbolts instantly changed directions, shooting towards Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao. To be continued. Chapter 782. While Zhang Chao did not recognize Qi Wei, seeing the reactions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, he knew that he was an expert of the Grand Qian dynasty. When Qi Wei had set up the formation, Zhang Chao instantly recalled that this was that formation grandmaster who had encircled Yin Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region back then. This made Zhang Chao feel much more at ease. But before he could calm his heart down, he saw the fierce lightning strike towards him. Only now did he suddenly recall that Yin Zhaoge was similarly extremely proficient in formations. According to Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan, this was a person who had dominated the 8 extremities world with his proficiency in formations when he had been a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster. Now that Yin Zhaoge had long since transcended mortality and entered sainthood, what level of attainments would he have attained in controlling and breaking formations? Zhang Chao no longer had the time to continue thinking. He, who was already heavily injured with a broken arm, faced Qi Wei's green firmament demon subduing array. He had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Chao did his best to dodge to the side, but half of his body was still engulfed by the heavenly lightning. Amidst the violent crackling of electric currents, Zhang Chao groaned miserably. His flesh was badly mangled and charred. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. Zhang Chao, your tortoise divine art is pretty good, finally giving you the chance to reign supreme over all those experts of the same generation as you who have survived till the very end. Do you feel that you have survived till the very end, thus laughing till the very end? The glorious rainbow sword in his hand carried a brilliant sword light as it hacked straight towards Zhang Chao. A pity that my broad Creed Mountain will take you in at the end of the day. While Ancestor Han Tian will let you off, I will not. Qi Wei's face was livid. Having already heard from Kong Maosheng about Zhang Chao's defection, he immediately wielded the formation to block Yin Zhaoge. I'll protect this person. I won't tolerate your impudence. Yin Zhaoge's sword did not cease in its momentum as he simultaneously locked down the changes in Qi Wei's grand formation with the extreme Yang seal before striking out with the yin-yang finger once more. The power of the formation that was originally obstructing him immediately struck towards the brothers Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Qi Wei had no choice but to protect the Kong brothers first. Yin Zhaoge let out a long laugh. Just now, who did you say you were going to protect? Where the sword light passed, Zhang Chao, who was already heavily injured and on the verge of death, was instantly beheaded. A large head flew into the sky, its eyes wide open. The number 1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan, who had once commanded the wind and summoned the rain in the 8 extremities world, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, had died with remaining grievances. Not only did he die with a grievance, but Qi Wei's eyes were practically spitting fire. He, a lofty expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, had actually been unable to protect a single person. What was even harder for him to accept was that the person who had killed him right before his eyes was shockingly a mid-merging avatar martial saint. At this moment, Chi Wei, who had always been gloomy, could only feel his anger rising to the top of his head, almost uncontrollable. However, Yin Zhaoge's strength left him even more shocked. He had once clashed with Yin Zhaoge at the first level of the martial saint realm. While he had felt shocked then, it had not been as shocking as it was now. As compared to others, as compared to Chi Wei himself, as compared to the various experts he knew, such as Kong Ping, He Dongsheng, Gu Zhang, King Xuanmu, and the others, Yin Zhaoge was just so different. Every time he took a step forward, his strength seemed to increase more than other people's breakthroughs. More than he had expected. Chi Wei just felt that under normal circumstances, while Yin Zhaoge's strength should have increased from the first to the second level of the martial saint realm, it should not have been this massive. The experiences of others would definitely not be applicable on this youth before him. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan looked at Yin Zhaoge with complex expressions on their faces, finding it hard to understand. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan were both momentarily dazed. While they did not approve of Zhang Chao's actions, he was still the most legendary figure in the history of the Sacred Sun clan at the end of the day. To every disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, he was a legendary existence, an existence even more supreme than the lofty Huang Guanglia who had ruled over everything that year. Even though Meng Wan had already surpassed him with the Extreme Yin Crown, this impression was still not so easily removed. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan had not personally witnessed the deaths of Huang Guanglia and Huang Su. Now, however, personally witnessing Zhang Chao's death was naturally a huge blow to them. Senior apprentice Uncle Qi, someone came here just now who cultivates in a technique that is very similar to the Phoenix true form scripture of the Southern Exalt's lineage. This Yin Zhaoge is on bad terms with him. Kong Maosheng suddenly realized, seemingly recalling something as he quickly said, "That person claims to be surnamed Zhuang." Chi Wei was taken aback. Cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture, surnamed Zhuang? A cold light shone within his eyes as he chuckled coldly. There's actually such a thing? The silhouette of the fiery phoenix that entered the depths of the sea earlier indeed cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture, just that I had not thought that he would actually be surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Tang Yonghao was jolted awake as well, regaining his wits. Chi Wei smiled coldly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. You who have come from the lower worlds are indeed unclear on many things. I think that you still do not know that the Southern Exalt is surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he nodded slightly. No wonder he already possesses a high-grade sacred artifact even before attaining the Immortal Bridge stage. Looking at Chi Wei, he smiled relaxedly. Then, of the Grand Xian dynasty's initial king Xianwen, Shun Lingzi, and Daoist Shi, which major figure is standing behind them? Can you tell me? Looking fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, Chi Wei could tell that Yin Zhaoge was not being tough on the outside, but weak on the inside as he was indeed composed. Even I have to say that I admire you, Chi Wei said slowly. I wonder if you are fearless because you are ignorant or if you truly possess courage. Still, whatever it is no longer important. Instead of staying obediently under Lin Hanhua's protection, you came running out to die. Now that you have walked right into my trap, I will grant you your wish. With that, Chi Wei formed a seal with each hand, simultaneously bringing them before his chest before pushing them forward in unison. 13 earthen yellow flags fluttered in the wind, earthen yellow smoke surging into the air. Dark clouds filled the sky densely with the light of thunder shooting everywhere. The two great formations attacked from above and below, trapping Yin Zhaoge between them. Yin Zhaoge's expression was composed as he wielded the extreme Yang seal. Now, however, his heart suddenly jolted. At the center of the blood pool in the depths of the underground palace, the Northern Ocean clone who was currently refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner abruptly opened his eyes. The blood pool before him began heaving intensely, its originally stable rhythm being disrupted as it grew more and more hurried. It was like his heartbeat had suddenly sped up. The sacrificial refinement of the sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box had already reached the final juncture. Affected by this, it instantly became unstable. The entire underground palace was shaking intensely. Yin Zhaoge realized. The immortal bridge martial saints like Kong Ping and Gu Hong have encountered each other and are currently clashing within the underground palace. The disturbance caused by this is too great. The streams of light within the blood pool had originally intended to converge with the heaven-swallowing sword box, unceasingly extracting spiritual chi for it. Now, however, the sword box suddenly shook intensely. The streams of light entangled upon it abruptly began circulating in reverse. A massive suction force emanated from the blood pool, wanting to forcibly extract a certain existence from within the sword box. To be continued. Chapter 783. The underwater palace had been formed from the corpse of an extremely powerful ferocious beast, the Tao Tai, after it had died. While the Tao Tai was dead, its fleshly body was still powerful, its body not rotting, as it had even created an underwater palace that resembled an independent space. There was not much difference between this place and the world beyond worlds, as it was isolated from space and separated from the world beyond worlds. At the same time, the boundary of the dimension was exceptionally stable, as it could accommodate several immortal bridge martial saints battling within, with the cultivation bases of Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others. Even if they clashed in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, their battle would still shock the heavens and shake the earth. However, in the underwater palace now, just the aftershocks of their battle would not be able to destroy this place, even if they did not intentionally attack it. Still, the great battle of several immortal bridge martial saints still caused a massive impact at the end of the day. Beneath the spiritual chi fluctuations, the ritual at the core of the underwater palace, which was used to refine the sword, instantly grew unstable. The Northern Ocean clone saw the heaven-swallowing sword box, which was being sealed before him, suddenly shake intensely. It was not the sword box itself that was shaking. Instead, it was something within it, drawn along by the streams of light that entangled the sword box. The sword within was about to charge out of the sword box even before it had been successfully refined. A sharp howl that resembled the wailing of an infant resounded within the heart of the Northern Ocean clone, shaking his soul. Even with his current cultivation base, the Northern Ocean clone felt dizzy from this. That was the roar of a Tao Tai. Gazing over, the Northern Ocean clone saw the head and features of a ferocious beast gradually surface on the surface of the heaven-swallowing sword box, clearly resembling the legendary Tao Tai. While that Tao Tai appeared illusory and real at the same time, as it opened its great maw, a massive suction force emanated from within was real. As the momentum of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, swallowing the entire world expanded, the Northern Ocean clone instantly became unstable as he was sent flying. Seeing that he was about to fall into the mouth of that Tao Tai, the Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force, his figure twisting in midair as he forcibly stabilized himself. The earth-devouring burner in his other hand shot towards the massive maw of the Tao Tai that had suddenly appeared on the heaven-swallowing sword box. After such a long period of refinement, the Northern Ocean clone had already grasped the greater part of the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Now, he could already wield these treasures. Alas, the earth-devouring burner that could even absorb and devour the attacks of seeing divinity martial saints seemed to have lost its effect before this Tao Tai. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone raised his speed to the maximum as he fled unceasingly into the distance. However, the distance between him and the heaven-swallowing sword box did not increase. It was still very close. His own efforts were only to ensure that he would not get any closer to the Tao Tai for the time being. The two sides fell into a stalemate. But that Tao Ye's roar, which was like the cry of a baby, was getting louder and louder, almost deafening. Yin Zhaogan noticed that the blood pool where the Northern Ocean clone and the heaven-swallowing sword box were located was beginning to surge intensely as never before. One after another, huge blood bubbles appeared on the surface of the blood pool before exploding. The demonic blood in the blood pool seemed to be boiling. The underground palace was changing at a speed that was clearly visible to the naked eye. The palace where the blood pool was began to shrink, as if it was returning to the original appearance of the Tao Ye's demon heart. Apart from the stench of blood, there was actually a thriving life force that appeared in the previously deathly silent underground palace. His flesh and blood were contracting, his meridians were spasming, and his bones were flexing. The once dead great demon Tao Tai actually showed signs of resurrection at this moment. The demonic soul of the Tao Tai, sealed within the ancient crimson sword, gradually broke out of its seal, wanting to break through the obstruction of the ancient crimson sword and the heaven-swallowing sword box, merging with its fleshly body in the outside world. Yin Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone just happened to be caught in the middle, being pressured by the fleshly body on the outside while being torn apart by the demonic soul on the inside. An evil light shot out from the eyes of the Tao Ye's head above the sword box, attempting to shake the Northern Ocean clone's mind. The evil light seemed tangible as it extended along their gazes, wanting to invade the Northern Ocean clone's body. This fellow wants to devour my Northern Ocean clone, making him a part of his resurrected body, Yin Zhaoga immediately realized. The Northern Ocean clone snorted coldly, the acupoints of his entire body shaking simultaneously with the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. His true essence surged, transforming into the silhouette of a Kuanpeng, raising its head and letting out a furious roar as it confronted the Tao Tai. The Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base was much weaker than that of the Tao Tai when it had been alive. Still, the Kuanpeng was a peerless great demon, a ferocious beast of ancient times, completely not inferior to the Tao Tai at all. While this Tao Tai had been powerful when it had been alive, it had yet to truly resurrect at this moment. It attempted to invade and corrode the Northern Ocean clone on a purely mental level, yet was unable to do so. Now, however, Yin Zhaoga sensed that numerous black holes were beginning to appear within the surrounding underground palace. A terrifying, devouring force was emitted from each black hole. The black holes increased in number, numbering in the hundreds and thousands as they gradually joined together to form a single, shocking sight. The devouring force within also gradually merged, growing stronger and stronger. This was a sign that this Tao Tai was reviving unceasingly. The body of a goat, the face of a human, the eyes beneath the armpit, the teeth of a tiger, and the claws of a human. This was the true appearance of the Tao Tai. However, because of its peerless divine ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, most of the time when people saw the Tao Tai appear, it was a massive black hole. Where the black hole passed, the sun, the moon, the stars, the heavens and the earth, the mountains and the seas, everything seemed about to be sucked within. Even light was devoured, with most people unable to see the Tao Ye's true appearance at all. The underground palace that had originally been formed of the Tao Ye's body was gradually being devoured and concealed by numerous black holes at this moment. This was a sign that the Tao Ye's life, force, and strength were unceasingly recovering. When this Tao Tai had completely revived, it would directly transform into a black hole, devouring all people and objects within and without. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga, Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others who were currently in the underground palace, they would all become this Tao Ye's first meal following its revival. Within the underground palace, Kong Ping, Luo Zhuan, Gu Hong, and the others who were currently battling detected the changes in their surroundings as well. Comparatively speaking, the devouring force of the black hole, where the blood pool was located, was still slightly weaker. The black holes elsewhere in the underground palace expanded even more rapidly. Luo Zhan, Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others of the anti-Shin camp all secretly cursed their bad luck. They had originally wanted to make use of the chaos to avoid the pursuit of the Grand Shin dynasty. In the end, however, they had entered a dead end, with no path forward and pursuers behind. This was a true dead end. If they were not careful, all of them would die here. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty realized the danger as well. Not bothering to continue attacking Luo Ziyuan and the others, they instead attempted to leave the underground palace. Thinking of how his two sons were not by his side, Kong Ping felt even more anxious. Qi Wei was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. Frowning, he reached out and grabbed Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, throwing them towards a remnant passageway. Go! After sending off the Kong brothers, Qi Wei glared at Yin Zhaoge, forming seals with his palms before abruptly separating them. The two great formations that enveloped Yin Zhaoge from the heavens and the earth instantly began circulating in reverse simultaneously, about to shatter. Ever since he had appeared in the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge had always exceeded everyone's expectations, causing heaven shaking, earth overturning disturbances. In Qi Wei's eyes, he was an even more troublesome foe than the Radiant Light sect. Fearing that the upheavals in the underground palace would not be able to kill Yin Zhaoge, he added another layer of insurance. He already no longer doubted Yin Zhaoge's high attainments and formations. However, Yin Zhaoge breaking his formations would delay their escape. He wanted to make use of this upheaval to keep Yin Zhaoge at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region forever. To be continued. Chapter 784. Controlling the two great formations to circulate in reverse. Qi Wei turned and left speedily as well, not wanting to be buried alongside Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Did I say you could leave? He raised his palm, the extreme yang seal rising into the air, directly locking down the green sky devil, descending formation that roiled with heavenly thunder up above, yet allowing the 13 flags formation down below to shatter. The 13 great flags all shattered, the great earth shattering as the sky still remained. However, beneath the influence of the surrounding black holes, the damaged formations formed an intense, distorting force. The heavens and earth reversed, instantly sweeping the departing Qi Wei back. Qi Wei's expression changed slightly as the blurry shadow-woven robe on him transformed into a black shadow, enveloping him as he instantly flashed to the side. However, as Yin Zhaoge struck out with the cyclic heavenly seal, it reversed the heavens and the earth, forcibly reversing the power of the two extremities. Pressured by the palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal, the black shadow that was enveloped by the blurry shadow-woven robe instantly shook. The black shadow flickered between real and illusory, struggling not to return to its solid form. A mid-seeing divinity martial saint coupled with a mid-grade sacred artifact could unleash shocking power. Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal was unable to immediately reverse the concept within. Yet, beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm, Qi Wei's movements were obstructed. The numerous black holes that appeared in the surrounding underground palace now joined together, transforming into a boundless dark abyss. Yin Zhaoge retracted the extreme yang seal, protecting himself. The green sky devil descending formation shattered as well, exploding alongside the 13 flags formation that had been destroyed earlier. Qi Wei, who had wanted to use the destruction of the two great formations to deal with Yin Zhaoge, was instead swept along by the shattering force of the formations. The two grand formations that should have been destroyed together were instead destroyed one after the other beneath Yin Zhaoge's influence. The distorting power of destruction instead swept along its original owner, Qi Wei, before dragging him along towards the black hole. Qi Wei was truly extraordinary as he wielded the blurry shadow-woven robe to resist the suction force of the black hole while continuously striking out with his palm amid space. The scattered light of thunder congregated once more. In just a few short breaths of time, the green sky devil descending formation that had originally already been destroyed and dispersed actually reappeared. The formation flags that had been used to establish the formation had been shattered, Qi Wei unable to restore the 13 flags formation. Yet, the green sky devil descending formation stood once more, heavenly thunder roiling and unceasingly exploding before the black hole as Qi Wei was gradually able to stabilize his figure. After the lightning shattered, it leaped about and was still sucked into the black hole. However, with the green firmament demon subduing array blocking the way, Qi Wei was not directly swallowed by the black hole. Brilliant! Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly, already arriving before Qi Wei. The extreme yang seal in his hand mightily smashed downwards. Qi Wei's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting apart, yet he was unable to dodge as he could only parry with all his might. In the end, he was smashed into retreat by the extreme yang seal, falling within the green sky demon subduing formation. The green firmament demon subduing array, which was already on the verge of shattering under the pressure of the black chaotic hole, exploded once again. The roiling light of thunder shot outwards in all directions. Yin Zhaoge blocked it with a palm as he was jolted backwards alongside the extreme yang seal. Yin Zhaoge had no intention of forcibly resisting it at all, as he instead borrowed its force to fly backwards, ensuring that he and the extreme yang seal would not end up like Qi Wei, being sucked in by the black hole. Qi Wei, on the other hand, could no longer stop himself. He was engulfed by the black hole along with the scattered lightning. The lower half of his body had completely fallen into the black hole, and only his upper body was left outside, struggling with great difficulty. Right at this moment, a bright ray of sword light flew over from afar. Qi Wei glared at Yin Zhaoge. Before he could finish speaking, the sword light had already struck the top of his head. A pitiful mid-seeing divinity martial saint like him was unable to block or evade, as he could only be like a live target as he was stabbed to death by Yin Zhaoge's sword. Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword, sighing lightly. A pity that your attainments and formations are truly extraordinary. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, while Qi Wei was a 5th-level martial saint, the threat he posed was no less than Kong Ping and the others under certain special circumstances. It had actually not been a wise decision for Qi Wei to engage in close combat with him today. Such a formation expert would be able to play an extremely great role if he were to scheme in the background. Since the other party was using his weakness to attack his strength, Yin Zhaoge would naturally accept it. Qi Wei wanted to leave him here for good. Yet, he did not know that Yin Zhaoge was thinking the same. Yin Zhaoge similarly cherished talent. Still, he would never talk about this with his enemies. As Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword, Qi Wei's body began collapsing from his wound, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The immortal ending sword destroyed all things. After Qi Wei had died and his life force was severed, his powerful fleshly body of the mid-seeing divinity martial saint realm was unable to withstand the powerful sword intent of the immortal ending sword as it broke apart unceasingly. Since he was dead and all his strength had dissipated, he could no longer resist the devouring of the black hole. Qi Wei's body was still in the process of disintegrating when it was swallowed by the black hole. It shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace. As Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword light flickered and swept, bringing back a shadow, shrinking pouch. Yin Zhaoge was still rather interested in the possessions of this formation, Grandmaster Qi Wei. However, he did not have the time to inspect the contents of the shadow, shrinking pouch at this moment. Although Qi Wei had been killed, an even more powerful aura was rapidly approaching. The cries of phoenixes rang out as flames curled around them. The temperature of the surrounding void instantly rose. Yin Zhaoge did not need to carefully distinguish who it was to know who it was. In order to obtain Tang Yonghao's phoenix bone and perhaps also get rid of him, Yin Zhaoge, in order to vent his frustrations, the other party had ignored the abnormalities in the underwater palace and the imminent revival of the Tao Tai as he had forcibly made his way down. The phoenix's body lit up with a dazzling flame, instantly illuminating the entire void. A dark red, treasured light flickered on its body as it was shocking. A late-seeing divinity martial saint who was also accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact. Even disregarding the weapon, just being barehanded, his strength surpassed that of King Xuanmu, Luo Ziyuan, and Zhou Haoxing of the same cultivation level. Having clashed briefly with him, Yin Zhaoge even felt that, even barehanded, this guy might not be weaker than Luo Ziyuan and King Xuanmu, who wielded the Sun-Moon Wheels and the Qingxian Spear. This was someone who could surpass cultivation levels and battle immortal bridge martial saints. The higher the cultivation level, the fewer experts there were. Anyone who could attain such a high position would definitely have outstanding aspects in which they excelled in. Ordinary people had long since fallen behind in the process of ascension, unable to keep up with their footsteps. Being able to surpass cultivation levels in battle at the 6th and 7th level of the martial saint realm, this person was not simple at all. Still, Yin Zhaoge had already anticipated all of this when he had stopped him from killing Tang Yonghao and obtaining the Phoenix Bone. Looking at the rapidly approaching Phoenix and the underwater palace, which was already gradually collapsing beyond recognition, Yin Zhaoge mentally communicated with the Northern Ocean clone. Within the pool of demonic heart blood, the Northern Ocean clone was currently at a critical juncture. He had to face the imminent merging of the demonic soul of the Tao Tai with his fleshly body as he faced the danger of being devoured by the Tao Tai. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm as he continued stabilizing the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner while gazing downwards at the blood pool down below. Within the boiling blood pool, the bloodied water suddenly parted to the sides. A speck of azure blue surfaced amidst the dark red bloodied water, bright and dazzling. To be continued. Chapter 785. That speck of azure blue was dazzling and bright to the extreme, causing half of the space that was filled with the light of blood to be dyed blue. That was the final drop of the Tao Ye's heart blood, originating from the depths of his bloodline as it was being condensed to a high degree for his revival. This was an effect that would be very difficult for outsiders to achieve with secret arts. Even if all the demonic blood of the Tao Tai was sucked dry, it would still be hard to achieve. It was only under special circumstances like this that it was possible. As the heart blood appeared, the heaven-swallowing sword box instantly shook even more intensely. The ancient copper sword within the sword box was virtually unable to seal the demonic soul within. The roar of the Tao Tai was deafening to the ears. The projection on the surface of the sword box, the head of the Tao Tai, virtually turned tangible as it shot out of the sword box, shooting towards the blood pool, wanted to merge with that drop of heart blood and the fleshly body that had transformed into the underwater palace. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone suddenly made a move. The earth-devouring burner caused the Northern Ocean clone to slap down on the top of the heaven-swallowing sword box with a palm. The earth-devouring burner that resembled a small black incense burner stood atop the sword box, its legs gradually merging with the outer shell of the sword box. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner merged as one. The earth-devouring burner looked like a decoration that had originally been on the top of the sword box. Fiery light suddenly surged within the black incense burner, resembling embers reigniting from the dead. The demonic soul of the Tao Tai that wanted to charge out of the heaven-swallowing sword box instantly halted before it let out a furious, enraged howl. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, roaring lightly, "Pan Pan." Radiance flickered within his palm, a round, black and white figure leaping out from within, landing within the blood pool. It was precisely Pan Pan. He had left the Myriad Dragon Palace earlier and remained within the blood pool, not following Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yinxing up as he had long since been prepared. Entering the blood pool, Pan Pan blinked, his tongue curling as he directly swallowed that Tao Ye's heart blood that resembled an azure gem. Instantly, a layer of blue light surfaced on Pan Pan's body, his eyes turning blood red. A violent, ferocious aura emanated from Pan Pan's body as his body began expanding uncontrollably. Usually, Pan Pan would intentionally shrink his body to maintain his form. Yet, he was no longer able to control his body as he rapidly regained his original size, resembling the size of a mountain peak. Even so, there were still streams of blood-red light rising and falling on the surface of its body as if its blood vessels were about to burst and rush out of its body. This dead Taoye's cultivation base was too high. Even though it had died, a single drop of its heart's blood was condensed from the essence of its entire body's demonic blood. Its power was so great that it was far from what the current Pan could safely devour and absorb. The Northern Ocean clone had long since been prepared for this, as he lifted up the heaven-swallowing sword box, landing on Pan's head and setting it down. The cauldron fire on top of the sword box flickered, instantly emitting a tremendous suction force, helping Pan share some of the pressure. The manic pain in Pan's eyes vanished, becoming peaceful once more. His massive body did not shrink as he directly descended into the blood pool. The remaining demonic blood within the Taoye's demonic heart was also beginning to be absorbed by Pan in large amounts. As the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner completely merged, the Taotai demon soul that was just a step away from escaping was instantly retracted. A stream of light flashed across the surface of the ancient scarlet copper sword, sweeping up the roaring demon soul and returning it to the sword. The flowing light turned into a dot and kept rolling on the sword edge. A sharp howl that resembled the wailing of an infant gradually transformed into the cry of a sword, resounding from within the sword box and spreading unceasingly into the surroundings, finally reverberating throughout the entire underground palace. A powerful aura shot into the heavens, shocking everyone's minds. Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others were all stunned. This a high-grade sacred artifact has appeared, and an extremely powerful one at that. A peak existence among sacred artifacts. The blood pool dried up, the demonic heart gradually separating from the other parts of the Taoye's fleshly body. Meanwhile, the other parts of the Taoye's fleshly body had all transformed into black holes at this moment. Countless black holes gradually merged as one, forming a complete black abyss which devoured all life forms within. Endless magnetic storms rampaged in the waters of the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. Now, however, the storms actually gradually subsided. Yet, this was merely the beginning of an even greater tribulation. The seas of the entire clear scenic region, and even the surrounding desert mountain region and other places began to cave downwards. A massive black hole appeared at the bottom of the Great Sea, a terrifying, devouring force emanating from within as it unceasingly devoured everything above it. The underwater palace at the bottom of the sea had already completely vanished. Those who had originally been within the palace were now all trapped by the black hole, dragging them downwards. That terrifying power was something that even Kong Ping and the others who had already attained the immortal bridge Martial Saint stage would find hard to extricate themselves from. Whether it was Kong Ping, He Dongsheng, Gu Zhang, or Luo Zuan, Gu Hong, and Gong Sun Wu, they were all already unable to care about their earlier opponents now. Everyone was trying to break free from the restraints of the black hole with all their might. The Taotai had failed to revive, as its demonic soul had instead completely transformed into a part of the sword, a peerless, ferocious sword having been successfully born. Yet, the power of the flesh and blood of its remaining fleshly body had already been completely stimulated. Without the demonic soul possessing it now, its power instantly went completely out of control as it descended into a final frenzy. Its flesh and blood was completely incinerated, transforming into a terrifying black hole which would directly collapse after devouring all things. At that time, all life forms devoured by the black hole would return to dust along with it, dust to dust. The only place which had been less affected was the Taoye's demonic heart that had been preserved. The remnant corner of the underwater palace formed of the demonic heart, along with a piece of flesh and blood around it, barely managed to maintain its original form, as it also possessed a great resistance against the devouring of the black hole down below. In the palace near the blood pool, that fiery phoenix had already rushed before Yin Zhaoge. He was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. This underwater palace was formed of the remnant body of a Taotai, with a high-grade sacred artifact also concealed within. No, the sacred artifact was just forged. Ancestor He should have long since died. This is the mechanism he left behind when he was alive, continuing all the way till now. The figure of a youth appeared amidst the fiery phoenix, his brows knit tightly. To think that apart from the phoenix bone, Ancestor Hay actually left behind something like this. If I had known about it earlier, it would not have been so troublesome. The man's gaze turned towards Yin Zhaoge and Tang Yonghao, his brows relaxing. Fortunately, this place can still be considered safe. Let's first obtain the phoenix bone before looking at that sacred artifact. Gazing about, he directly reached out and grabbed towards Yin Zhaoge and Tang Yonghao. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, blazing fire that surged to the heavens, sweeping the area. The extreme yang seal flickered with radiance. Yet, a dark red glow also lit up on the other party's body, resisting the extreme yang seal. While this high-grade sacred artifact of his was inferior to the extreme yang seal, his cultivation base was higher than Yin Zhaoge's, as he was able to exert the power of the sacred artifact more effectively. Yet, Yin Zhaoge's expression was composed. The next moment, an extremely ferocious aura emanated over. The Northern Ocean clone carried a massive black sword box on his back as he appeared before them. Arriving before the sword box, the roiling, blazing fire that was born of the flapping wings of that fiery phoenix was instantly absorbed within, vanishing without a trace. The other party raised his brows, the fiery phoenix descending with a shocking momentum. The Northern Ocean clone put down the sword box, slapping it forcefully. The sword box opened, infinite sword chi shooting madly out. The sword chi and blazing fire clashed unceasingly amid space. The sword chi slashing and extinguishing the flames while the flames incinerated the sword chi as they were locked in a fierce battle. Yet, following closely after the sword chi, a sword light slowly arose from within the sword box. To be continued, Chapter 786. Accompanied by the sword light slowly rising from the sword box, a ferocious, greedy, and tyrannical aura suffused the surrounding area. Enveloped by the black sword light, the hilt of a simple sword appeared at the opening of the sword box. The sword that had originally seemed to be forged of copper rapidly turned green in color. Looking at the material, it seemed to be bronze. The Northern Ocean clone extended a hand, grasping the hilt of the ancient bronze sword before drawing it out of the sword box. Black light instantly suffused the area. The sword light transformed into a massive black hole, traversing space. Evil sword Taotai, where the dim, unclear black sword light passed, it instantly devoured all the blazing fire. After devouring the blazing fire, the black sword light did not weaken in the slightest, as it instead grew even stronger. Seeing this, the youth enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix raised the corners of his eyes as he formed a saber with his palm, chopping out towards the Northern Ocean clone. Blazing fire condensed into numerous saber lights, which intersected in midair. The fiery red saber lights were incomparably condensed, each resembling a thread of silk. Innumerable saber lights intersected, forming a massive, inescapable net that enveloped the Northern Ocean clone from above. The Northern Ocean clone did not tarry as he wielded the evil sword Taotai to meet it in battle. Yin Zhaoge arrived behind the Northern Ocean clone, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he tapped on a major acupoint on the Northern Ocean clone's back. The infinite variations of the immortal ending sword intent instantly transformed into a sword art that was compatible with the evil sword Taotai, making it easier for this sword to exert its power. The dense black light transformed into a boundless black hole, its edges expanding unceasingly as it seemed infinitely massive as it met the opponent's phoenix wing heavenly net saber. This evil sword is of a very high quality. The youth amidst the flames frowned as he saw this. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone had yet to reach the immortal bridge stage as they were unable to exert the full power of the evil sword Taotai. Under such circumstances, it had actually been able to block his saber. This surpassed his predictions once more. He snorted coldly, suddenly extending a hand. Dark red light flickered, landing in this person's hand. It was that high-grade sacred artifact that he had previously been wearing on his body for protection. As the light faded, Yin Zhaoge gazed carefully at it, only to discover that it was a great bow. The other party drew the bow, blazing flames agglomerating on his fingertip and rapidly forming a fiery red arrow which was aimed straight at Yin Zhaoge. This was a high-grade saint artifact grade bow. If it was used for protection, it would not be able to display its might at all. Only at this moment could this person be considered to have truly used this high-grade saint artifact. The bowstring shook, a fiery light piercing through space, shooting straight for Yin Zhaoge with a momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth. There was no time lag between when the firelight was shot and when it reached its target. In the space between Yin Zhaoge and the other party, there were no traces of fiery light traversing and burning left behind. This arrow seemed to completely ignore the boundaries of time and space. It was only when the evil sword Tao Ye's black sword light flashed that the fire arrow was blocked by the black hole. But this time, the black chaos hole failed to devour the rocket. Bright light erupted as the fire arrow actually pierced through the obstruction of the evil sword Tao Ye's sword light, still persistently shooting towards Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. In wielding this treasured bow, the other party was already infinitesimally close to unleashing its full power. Combined with his powerful strength comparable to that of an immortal bridge martial saint, the two combined as one. It was truly terrifying. Still, Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. The extreme Yang seal descended from the skies, smashing onto that fire arrow. Having pierced through the black hole, the fire arrow whose power had already been greatly reduced was instantly extinguished by the extreme Yang seal. A stern look flickered within that youth's gaze as he felt vexed at having been unable to take down Yin Zhaoge. He had already treated him seriously. Still, the other party's wealth was even greater, possessing even more treasures. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry at this. In terms of wealth and accompanying treasures, there were extremely few people who could cause him to lose out. Who would have thought that he would actually be suppressed by a martial practitioner from the lower worlds today? How much true essence do you have to be able to simultaneously wield two high-grade sacred artifacts, being able to withstand such depletion? Feeling this to be inconceivable, this youth said nothing as he directly drew his bow, shooting yet another arrow. In the end, it was still obstructed by Yin Zhaoge. The other party stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? A second-level martial saint and a fourth-level martial saint can simultaneously wield two high-grade sacred artifacts? Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as the majestic true essence accumulated by the peerless heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture was rapidly depleted. The yin-yang heavenly scripture circulated, helping him to unceasingly replenish his depleted vitality. Currently, he was not as relaxed as when he had been battling Zhang Chao, Kong Maosheng, and the others. Even with the support of the yin-yang heavenly scripture, his true essence was also being depleted greatly. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not panic. He was currently waiting for a suitable opportunity. This opportunity lay elsewhere, in the battlefield between Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. A heaven-shocking battle was similarly taking place there. When Zhang Chao had died, Meng Wan had been slightly dazed. Still, she had quickly regained her focus. Apart from that, the intensity of the battle between her and Feng Yunsheng was not inferior to that of Yin Zhaoge's in the least. The two girls unleashed all their techniques as they were locked in a stalemate. A blue-black fire dragon and a silver-white phoenix were locked in battle. While they were within the underground palace, due to their actions, great changes occurred in the actual sea of stars above the sky of the outside world as well. The cold, desolate lunar star of extreme moved straight up into the sky, seemingly replacing the position of the sun. At the same time, the devilish chi of black fire overflowed, devouring radiance. Accompanied by the boundless power of corrosion, the power of the Rahu star of the dim star also manifested. A portion of the majestic power of the actual nine luminaries began traversing space, bolstering the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber, neither giving way to the other. At the start, Feng Yunsheng was at a slight disadvantage. The extreme Yin crown was an actual high-grade sacred artifact at the end of the day, as it was perfect and flawless. The cold sun divine saber was still in the recovery phase, unable to truly display the flair of the Rahu saber of the past. Feng Yunsheng could currently only maintain the full power of the cold sun divine saber for a rather short period of time. In her battle with Meng Wan, she had not adopted such a risky and radical method of fighting. Still, as the battle progressed, the radiance of the cold sun within Feng Yunsheng's eyes grew more and more intense, the saber light of the cold sun divine saber also growing brighter and brighter. The ferocious black fire and devilish qi similarly surged as it was stimulated unceasingly. Towards the end, Feng Yunsheng reversed the situation, even beginning to switch from defense to offense as she gained the upper hand. In the past extreme Yin bout, the clash between dragon and phoenix was repeated. Still, this time, the phoenix was female, the dragon roaring to the nine heavens. The radiance of the cold sun and the black fire and devilish qi intermingled, forcibly suppressing the cool moonlight. Feng Yunsheng paid the price of suffering some injuries as well, forcibly jolting Meng Wan away from the extreme Yin crown. She inhaled deeply, wielding her saber with her right hand as she extended her left, resembling a true dragon extending its claw as it reached into the radiance of the extreme Yin crown. Meng Wan forcibly suppressed her injuries, still refusing to give up on the extreme Yin crown. Yet blue-black radiance flickered on the cold sun divine saber, keeping her at bay. The dim blue radiance of the cold sun within Feng Yunsheng's eyes dissipated, the acupoints of her entire body simultaneously shaking as streams of cool moonlight surged from within. Just like Meng Wan, it was the purest form of the extreme Yin physique. A formless staircase seemed to appear before her as she ascended it. At this point in the battle, Feng Yunsheng was already nearing the end of her rope as she was unable to continue battling. The fatigue from wielding the cold sun divine saber enveloped her, leaving her extremely weak. Yet, Feng Yunsheng gazed straight at the extreme Yin crown up above, straightening her body as she strode upwards. The light dragon that soared amidst the horizon pulled that bright moon into its embrace. In the end, Meng Wan sighed softly, Tang Yonghao's expression also complex as he was filled with emotion. Seeing the light dragon ascend to the heavens to pluck the moon, Yin Zhaoge smiled. In the end, Chapter 787. With the passing of time, the extreme Yin bout had already become a thing of the past. To Feng Yunsheng, the extreme Yin crown had long since ceased to be her everything, her life's goal. Still, looking at her who had finally gotten what she wanted after a few ups and downs, Yin Zhaoge still felt emotional as he felt happy for her. Around 8 years ago, she should have obtained all of this. She should not have had to wait for so long afterwards. Still, the world was full of ups and downs as Feng Yunsheng had still missed out on the extreme Yin crown at the end of the day. She no longer even had a chance to participate in the extreme Yin bout. Fortunately, all of this had finally come to a perfect end today. The youth enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix looked expressionlessly at this scene. A mere person of the lower world possesses so many supreme treasures. Are you not afraid that you cannot bear their weight? You must know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. At the end of the day, Feng Yunsheng had still yet to step into the martial saint realm. Her great battle with Meng Wan had exhausted her greatly. While she had won the extreme Yin crown now, she no longer had the strength to continue battling. Both the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber could no longer be wielded. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone working together to simultaneously wield the extreme Yang seal and the evil sword Tao Dai was already their limit. With a great amount of true essence depleted, the recovery rate of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture could not keep up with the rate of depletion. Very soon, Yin Zhaoge would be unable to wield high-grade sacred artifacts. Still, the chance that he had been waiting for had already arrived. When Feng Yinsheng defeated Meng Wan and obtained the Extreme Yin Crown, Yin Zhaoge took out a crystal, shattering it. He snapped his fingers, pan, outside of the battlefield. Within the blood pool formed of the Tao Hie's heart, Pan, whose body had become the size of a mountain peak, lowered his head to look at the crystal that had originally been hovering in midair. It seemed to have been triggered by something as it suddenly shattered. Pan blinked, azure blue light still roiling on the surface of his body as he shot out of the blood pool. As time passed, although the underground palace near the blood pool did not turn into a black hole, it was still crumbling. Pan charged out of the underground palace through the gap, and then his body grew even larger. His body, which was already as huge as a mountain, continued to expand, occupying the void and covering the sky. In the end, it was even bigger than the broken underground palace in front of it. A berserk look once more surfaced in Pan's eyes. With a roar, he directly opened his mouth and bit down on the underground palace that was on the verge of shattering. The place it bit was the location of the already dried-up blood pool, the heart that originally belonged to the Tao Tai. The pool of blood was bitten down by Pan, and then swallowed. The part of the underground palace that was originally centered around the blood pool could no longer be maintained and completely shattered. Yin Zhaoge and the others who were currently battling within the underground palace, as well as the dilapidated walls of the surrounding palace, all collapsed at this moment. The sky of the world beyond worlds could already be seen above his head. Looking around, all he could see was a huge whirlpool formed by the surging seawater. They were currently at the center of the whirlpool. Below the whirlpool was a massive black hole formed from the collapse of the Tao Ye's fleshly body. That black hole was vast, encompassing a vast area as it viciously devoured everything up above, wanting to drag all life forms down with it. The blood pool was devoured by Pan, the underground palace completely shattering. The man enveloped by the phoenix silhouette immediately sensed that something was wrong. The terrifying, devouring force of the black hole down below was working on him as well. Streams of black light actually shot out from the whirlpool, sweeping towards him. He frowned, hurriedly drawing on his strength. The phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the air, avoiding being sucked in by the black hole down below. With his cultivation base, even with the protection of a high-grade sacred artifact, if he really fell into the black hole and it collapsed, he would still be doomed. Soon, however, a black sword light flickered before his eyes, its aura extremely similar to that of the black hole down below. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge who had attacked once more. It would have been fine if the other party had not seen it. Looking carefully, his heart instantly turned cold. Having devoured the Tao Hie's demonic heart, Pan's blood vessels expanded once more, streams of light surging madly as a vicious light flickered uncontrollably within his eyes. Still, as he stood amid space, while he too was attracted by the black hole down below, he was still able to stand stably. Yin Zhaoge kept the extreme Yang seal. Still, the sword light of the evil sword Tao Tai in his hand flickered as it displayed great resistance against the black hole formed of the Tao Ye's fleshly body. Yin Zhaoge, who was at ease, directly chopped downwards with his sword. He greeted with a composed expression on his face. Having clashed twice, I still do not know your name? That youth gnashed his teeth. Wutong Slope, Zhuang Chao Wei. The southern blazing heaven territory's phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, where the southern Exalt's Dao Arena was located. Zhuangshan was the name of the southern Exalt. As Zhuang Chao Hui blocked the sword light, his rising figure halted as he was immediately swept along by the numerous streams of black light down below and dragged downwards. He frowned, glancing at Yin Zhaoge before shaking his head in the end. Under such circumstances, the black hole down below that devoured all life forms had instead become Yin Zhaoge's greatest assistance. Fighting here was akin to Yin Zhaoge's home ground, and it was also a home ground advantage that was virtually limitless. Yin Zhaoge didn't even need to exert too much force to block the path for Zhuang Chaohui to be sucked in by that black hole very quickly. As long as he was dragged into the black hole at the bottom of the sea, he would be in a dangerous situation. Zhuang Chaohui couldn't focus too much on Yin Zhaoga at all. 80% of his abilities were used to resist the power of the black hole devouring the heavens and the earth. Wielding a high-grade sacred artifact was indeed a huge drain on Yin Zhaoga. But before he could exhaust himself, Zhuang Chaohui was swallowed by the black hole. Zhuang Chaohui's body shone with the purple light of fortuitous virtue, preventing him from falling into the murderous tribulation and separating him from the black light. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the sky with all its might. The bow that was flashing with a dark red glow helped it block the attack of the evil sword Tao Dai. A wisp of Yin virtue, white qi, appeared, seeking a chance of survival in the endless predicament, finding the path of escape with the greatest hope. The fire phoenix continued to ascend, escaping from the terrifying, devouring power of the black hole below. Passing by Yin Zhaoga and the others, he attempted to bring Tang Yonghao along with him. Having long since been prepared, Yin Zhaoga immediately blocked with his sword. Zhuang Chaohui's eyes revealed obvious resentment and regret. That phoenix bone that Tang Yonghao possessed was of utmost importance to him, to the southern blazing heaven territory, and to the southern exalt. The southern exalt's disciple Li Jing, who had been killed by Yin Zhaoga, and his disciple Wang Hui, who had been captured by Yin Zhaoga, had actually caused such a ruckus all because of this phoenix bone, which contained the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue. That was Zhuang Chaohui's ultimate goal in coming to the southeastern Yang heaven territory this time. Its significance even greater than a high-grade sacred artifact like the evil sword Tao Dai. He looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, his figure turned, and his phoenix wings swept up the completely unrelated Meng Wan at the side. Then, he flew into the sky and rushed out of the sea of the clear scenic region. Lil Wan, Junior's sister Meng, Feng Yinsheng, and Tang Yonghao both exclaimed. Yin Zhaoga was rather taken aback as well. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he shouldn't have done it on Meng Wan. At this moment, the whirlpool below churned, and several figures rushed out of the water. However, their bodies were covered in black streams of light that were constantly trying to drag them back down to the bottom of the sea. Their situation was even more tragic than Zhuang Chaohui's. Yin Zhaoga blinked. The person in the lead was Kong Ping. To be continued. Chapter 788. Having previously clashed with Yin Zhaoga in the underwater palace near the blood pool, Zhuang Chaohui had not been sucked in by the black hole, as he had instead risen to the surface of the water along with a portion of the damaged underwater palace. Even so, he was still nearly hacked into the depths of the sea by Yin Zhaoga's sword, falling into the black hole. Meanwhile, Kong Ping and the others who were currently attempting to charge out of the water and break free of the black hole's devouring power were in a much more tragic state. The black hole's devouring power turned illusory into real, manifesting in the form of black streams of light, which resembled numerous chains as they restrained Kong Ping and the others. The massive force sought to drag Kong Ping and the others back into the depths of the sea. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoga saw that Kong Ping, He Dongcheng, Gu Zhang, Luo Zuan, and Gu Hong were all present. Luo Zuan barely managed to hold on with the power of the sun-moon wheels, a great golden sun enveloping those of the Radiant Light sect. Meanwhile, the chief of Copperman Island, Gong Sun Wu, had only been immediately devoured by the black hole thanks to the help of Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The strongest amongst them was unquestionably Kong Ping. He also possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword. Now, he was at the very front, entangled by the devouring power of the black hole. The time-flowing sword, which had usually been as swift as the flow of time, slowed down as well. Under such terrible circumstances, Kong Ping's expression involuntarily changed as he raised his head and suddenly saw Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga nodded towards Kong Ping, not wasting time on words, as he directly hacked downwards with his sword. Black light flickered on the ancient bronze sword, converging into a single beam as it shot straight for Kong Ping's head. Kong Ping grit his teeth, helplessly brandishing the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword to block Yin Zhaoga's sword. Still, he had originally still been struggling to forcibly rise upwards when he instantly halted. The black hole down below emitted a terrifying, devouring power at all times. As soon as Kong Ping relaxed slightly, he would be swept along as he would be hard-pressed to extricate himself. After blocking Kong Ping, Yin Zhaoga gazed elsewhere. Being of Shun Lingzi's lineage and also of the early Immortal Bridge stage, Gu Zhang and He Dongsheng were currently attempting to break free from the restraints of the black hole as well. He Dongsheng was slightly faster, but right after Kong Ping, he was immediately struck by Yin Zhaoga's sword. He tried to dodge, but the sword that originated from the evil sword Tao Tai and came from the same source caused even more black light to flow out of the black hole and wrap around his body. Without the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword, He Dongsheng was even more miserable than Kong Ping. Not only did his upward momentum stop, but he was also immediately dragged down by the black light. Having sent He Dongsheng into retreat with a single sword, Yin Zhaoga did not cease in his movements. He substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing onto a major acupoint on the back of the Northern Ocean clone. Wielding the evil sword Tao Tai, the Northern Ocean clone's third sword descended, knocking Gu Zhang into the deep abyss as well. Not having to wield the extreme Yang Seal or wield the evil sword Tao Tai with all his might now, Yin Zhaoga felt much more at ease. He only needed to cooperate with the black hole formed by Tao Ye's broken body and stop Kong Ping and the others from escaping. Then, he would leave Kong Ping and the others to the black hole. Yin Zhaoga chuckled as he swiveled his head, his gaze falling on Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Before he could speak, Yin Zhaoga smiled. This time, those who have been wronged will have their revenge. Those who have enmity will have their revenge. Even as he smiled, Yin Zhaoga did not stand on ceremony as he chopped downwards with his sword. Luo Ziyuan, who had originally been forcibly supporting himself with a single sun wheel, was instantly sent plummeting downwards by Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's sword rotated, its sword light suddenly turning gentle as it swept along Gu Hong and the others. The black sword light also manifested as a black hole, a boundless suction force emanating from within as it resisted the threat of the devouring force down below. Sensing Yin Zhaoga's goodwill, Gu Hong pondered for a moment before simply releasing his sword chi. His entire person was instantly devoured by the black hole formed of Yin Zhaoga's sword light. Yin Zhaoga retracted his sword, the sword light returning to his side as it manifested as a black hole once more before Gu Hong's figure flew backwards from within. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the accompanying experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island all looked at the black hole down below in shock. Seeing this, Luo Ziyuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners all felt a mouthful of blood surge up their throats as they very nearly fainted. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others repeatedly thanked Yin Zhaoga. Little friend Yin, it is all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, if we had been swept into that black hole, Gu Hong said, shaking his head. Of all of them, besides Kong Ping, who had sufficient confidence, even without Yin Zhaoga blocking their way, there was only a 50-50 chance that the others would have been able to escape alive. The chief of Copperman Island, the three-headed dragon elephant Gong Sun Wu, cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoga as well. It is all thanks to young Master Yin for saving us this time. Otherwise, things would truly have been disastrous. This old man is endlessly grateful. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, he felt rather emotional. Once upon a time, Yin Zhaoga had been a junior of the younger generation with a mysterious background who possessed outstanding talent and strength. His background had caused many speculations of those of Copperman Island, as they had all been very optimistic about his future accomplishments. Still, Yin Zhaoga himself would still not be able to stir up too much trouble in the next few years. While Yin Zhaoga had first broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and then caused the Grand Xian Dynasty to be defeated without a battle, helping the anti-Xian coalition out of their predicament. Still, as many people saw it, it was more due to luck and circumstances. At the very least, as Gong Sun Wu of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Seeing Divinity stage, Yin Zhaoga's personal strength still appeared rather weak. From the perspective of a pure martial practitioner, he was still looking down on Yin Zhaoga from the perspective of a senior expert. Yet, within a short period of time, with a speed that left one completely unprepared, this youth had actually already grown to such a level. Seeing Yin Zhaoga joining hands with a Northern Ocean clone and controlling the evil sword Tao Tai to attack, Gong Sun Wu felt slightly shocked. Before he had been able to react at all, Yin Zhaoga had already become this powerful. Looking at Luo Ziyuan and the others who had been struck down below, he secretly rejoiced that it was fortunate that his Copper Men Island had not formed enmity with Yin Zhaoga. At the end of the day, they had always been on the same side, joining hands to resist the Grand Xian dynasty, as there had not been any major conflicts between them. Looking at the struggling Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, Gong Sun Wu's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, yet he was unable to do so in the end. Gu Hong also wanted to plead for leniency on their behalf. Still, thinking of how Luo Ziyuan had sold the wound of the sky that led to the 8 Extremities world to the Grand Xian dynasty when the Sun-Moon Peak had fallen, he could only sigh in the end, keeping his mouth shut. He instead looked rather worriedly at Yin Zhaoga, wondering if this youth had already understood the situation over at the Wound of the Sky as he considered how he should tell Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga remained leisurely. After helping Gu Hong and the others to extricate themselves, his sword light spun, chopping towards Kong Ping once more. Having suffered the first sword, Kong Ping's ascending momentum had been halted. Now that he was blocked by this sword, his figure finally plummeted uncontrollably downwards. Yin Zhaoga spun around, sword after sword chopping towards Kong Ping. He Dongsheng, Gu Zhang, and Luo Ziyuan, causing them to sink unceasingly. Kong Ping and the others roared furiously in unison, yet could only watch helplessly as they plummeted into the deep abyss. Yin Zhaoga smacked his lips, chuckling. It feels a little like a game of whack-a-mole. Chapter 789. Yin Zhaoga felt great beating a drowning dog. The pitiful Kong Ping and the others were unable to exert their unparalleled cultivation bases due to the black hole down below. Yin Zhaoga circled around them, one man and one sword, going through all of them before starting all over again. Finally, everyone, Kong Ping included, was forcibly dragged back to the depths of the sea by the black hole down below. Beneath the vortex, the massive black hole began devouring Kong Ping and the others as it distorted unceasingly. It was already not far from the complete collapse of the black hole. Kong Ping raised his head, glancing hatefully at Yin Zhaoga in the air above him. He formed a sword seal, wielding the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword. Seeing Kong Ping's actions, Gu Zhang and he Dongsheng sighed, forming a sword seal that was exactly the same as Kong Ping's. 3 immortal bridge martial saints of the same lineage wielded the time-flowing sword together. The 3 sword lights landed on the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword. The sword light that resembled water emanated from the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword, enveloping the entire black hole. Time at the bottom of the sea seemed to freeze at this moment. The black hole no longer distorted restlessly. Still, Kong Ping and the others were locked in place where the black hole and the world beyond worlds intersected. The entire region of sea in the clear scenic region seemed to have been separated from the world beyond worlds at this moment, transforming into an independent space. Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect resembled insects sealed within amber at this moment. The massive whirlpool above the sea's surface gradually regained its calm, no longer sinking downwards. With the terrifying suction force down below having vanished, everyone above the sea no longer had to remain on Pan-Pan's back in order to stand stably. Yin Zhaoga kept the evil sword Tao Tai as well, gazing at the black hole down below that was enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance. The endless magnetic storms gradually showed signs of reappearing. Yin Zhaoga jolted awake, raising his head and gazing into the distance. 2 streaks of sword light flickered in the distant horizon, rapidly approaching as they arrived before Yin Zhaoge and the others in an instant. The sword lights halted, two people appearing. One had an aura as sharp as a sword, while the other had a smile on his face. They were precisely disciples of the southeastern Exalt's lineage, the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua, and the Green Plain Sword King, Mu Jun. Glancing at the black hole down below, Lin Hanhua asked, "Have any disciples of the Southern Exalt's lineage appeared before?" Yin Zhaoge nodded, saying slowly, "A person appeared. He said that his surname was Zhuang, and his name was Zhuang Chaohui." Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun looked at each other. "Zhuang Chaohui? He's actually here?" Hearing Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun's words, Yin Zhaoge's earlier guess was verified. Flame Phoenix chasing Sun, Zhuang Chaohui, also known as the Phoenix Prince, was the youngest son of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun. He was a famous figure in the entire world beyond worlds. Lin Hanhua's expression was somewhat serious. The smile on Mu Jun's face faded a little. A late immortal bridge martial saint of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had previously entered the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. They had hurried over to deal with him. From the looks of it now, it was a diversion. Zhuang Chaohui's side might be their true objective. A smile reappeared on Mu Jun's face. "Does little friend Yin know why Zhuang Chaohui has come?" The main reason why they were in a passive position was that they did not know the other party's true motives. Yin Zhaoge pointed at the black hole down below. "This is the legacy manor of a senior. There are some collectibles left behind by that senior within. One of them should be a phoenix bone." A shocking radiance erupted from Lin Hanhua's gaze as Mu Jun's gaze hardened slightly as well. "Phoenix bone?" Yin Zhaoge added. "This phoenix bone contains the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue of one of the five manifestations' five virtues." Hearing this, Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun immediately understood. Lin Hanhua chuckled. To think that such a thing would actually be hidden in the lands of our southeastern Yang Heaven Territory." Mu Jun's smile faded greatly. Now, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope has finally gotten what they wanted. Yin Zhaoge smiled. They're still far from getting what they wanted. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun's expressions both changed as their gazes simultaneously fell on Yin Zhaoge. "Could it be that it has fallen into your hands?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head, pointing at Tang Yonghao by the side. "It is not with me. Instead, it is the fortuitous encounter of this senior apprentice brother Tang Yonghao. He obtained that phoenix bone before Zhuang Chaohui did. Somehow, he refined it into his own body." Yin Zhaoge said, "Zhuang Chaohui wanted to refine him completely and obtain the phoenix bone, but I stopped him. Now, the phoenix bone is still within senior apprentice brother Tang's body." Lin Hanhua pondered for a moment before asking Tang Yonghao, "Are you willing to return to Golden Court Mountain with us?" Tang Yonghao had already long since known what kind of place Golden Court Mountain was. The Radiant Light sect, along with their chief Luo Zuan, were all trapped within the black hole down below. Tang Yonghao would not be able to join the Grand Xian dynasty that had broken through the Sun Moon Peak. Still, Golden Court Mountain was a good choice. If there was any hope of re-establishing the Sacred Sun clan, it might lie here. Tang Yonghao bowed towards Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. "This junior is willing." He straightened his body, swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. He saw that Yin Zhaoge had a calm expression on his face, no fluctuations in his gaze whatsoever. Golden Court Mountain's lineage would most likely not refine Tang Yonghao and extract his bone. On the contrary, if he went to Golden Court Mountain, he might be treated well, perhaps even gaining a chance to enter their lineage. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Tang Yonghao had a rather complex expression on his face. Tang Yonghao's views on the matter of the Sacred Sun clan that year were actually similar to Meng Wan's. While he did not agree with the decisions of Huang Guanglie, Huang Su, and Huang Jie that had been his lineage at the end of the day, the other side had been too powerful, the difference in their strength too great. This would not be a reason for Tang Yonghao to hesitate. Still, he knew that he would be hard-pressed to raise his sword against Yin Zhaoge now. Whether or not he was able to enter Golden Court Mountain, if not for Yin Zhaoge, he would long since have died at Zhuang Chaohui's hands. Mu Jun's gaze that was on Yin Zhaoge was filled with admiration. The Southern Exalt's lineage would definitely not give up on Tang Yonghao and that phoenix bone. While this was a hot potato for Yin Zhaoge, it was a supreme treasure and trump card for Golden Court Mountain to control the southern blazing heaven territory. There were too many things that Golden Court Mountain could do around this phoenix bone. In just a mere instant, quite a few ideas had already popped up within Mu Jun's mind. Mu Jun glanced at Yin Zhaoge. The youth before him had really been of great help to Golden Court Mountain this time. The various benefits that could be expected were all tangible, far surpassing that of having seen through the secrets of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation and having helped to obstruct Wang Hui, Li Jin, and the others. Mu Jun pondered as he gazed at the sea of the clear scenic region down below, asking casually, "Little friend Yin, it is rumored that the Radiant Light sect obtained the extreme Yin crown. Is this treasure currently in the black hole at the bottom of the sea as well?" Yin Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he smiled. "No, it is currently in the hands of my wife. Back in the Eight Extremities world many years ago, our clan fought over this treasure with the Sacred Sun clan that the Radiant Light sect supported. Now, we have finally succeeded." Glancing rather surprisedly at Yin Zhaoge, Mu Jun smiled. "It's actually one stage of perfection." Chapter 790. The Extreme Yin Crown. This thing is not simple like the Extreme Yang Seal, Mu Jun thought as he sent a sound transmission to Lin Hanhua. This little friend, Yin, is truly someone blessed with great fortune. That treasured light and spiritual qi that surged into the heavens earlier was also a high-grade sacred artifact. Its quality is rare even in the entire southeastern Yang heaven territory. From the looks of it, it was produced in this underwater manner as well. Its aura is exactly the same as that black hole, likely coming from the same source. Mu Jun smiled. What a fella. The Extreme Yang Seal, the Extreme Yin Crown, and a high-grade sacred artifact produced in this underwater manner. From Junior Apprentice Brother Chen's news, they even slew the current King Xian and seized the King Xian spear, even possessing a treasure that seems to be related to the Raha Saber. To be honest, eldest apprentice brother, I even feel a little like killing them and robbing them of their treasures. Lin Hanhua said mildly, "Everyone has their own fate. There is no point in being envious." The King Xian spear and the sacred artifact of this underwater manor aside, the Extreme Yang Seal, Extreme Yin Crown, and Raha Saber are all not simple things. Whether they are a blessing or a curse, we shall see in the future. Mu Jun smiled. Isn't that so? Those who have great fortuitous encounters often face great tribulations as well. Being able to pass this juncture would be a heaven-defying blessing. Failing to pass that tribulation would mean death. After laughing, Mu Jun sighed. He and his sect do not even have a single immortal bridge marshal saint. Yet, they possess so many high-grade sacred artifacts. This is probably the first of its kind in the history of the world beyond worlds, right? In terms of quality, even our Golden Court Mountain's wealth is not as great. Hearing his words, Lin Hanhua could not help but smile. Mu Jun said, "An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. With so many treasures on him, it would probably be easy for others to covet them. Even if we do not covet them, others might not." Lin Hanhua said, "In obtaining this phoenix bone which contains the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue, he has done us a favor. I will usually take care of him. Still, I cannot always be by his side. Most of the time, it will be up to him." Mu Jun looked down at the region of sea down below. What about Kong Ping and the others? From the looks of it now, he won't die. That black hole has been locked in place and can no longer collapse. It will only slowly disintegrate. After a few years, the black chaos hole will be slowly whittled away, and they will be able to come out safely. Mu Jun said, "There is also no need to worry about Yin Zhaoge or Gu Hong coming to kill us. It is a fragile balance down below. Before the black hole completely vanishes, as soon as the balance is broken, the black hole will collapse. Even if Yin Zhaoge has that high-grade sacred artifact whose concept originates from the same source as the black hole, it would still be useless. He would still have to perish together with the black hole. I think he would not be so unwise." As Mu Jun spoke, he looked at Lin Hanhua. I wonder if there will be any other accidents? Should we give them a hand? If Kong Ping and the other two die here, will Golden Court Mountain be suspected of breaking our promise? At that time, it will be difficult for Master to talk to that person. Lin Hanhua said indifferently, Master has only permitted them to move about in the Royal Reed Sea, not interfering too much. Whether or not they can succeed, whether or not their lives are safe, our Golden Court Mountain has never been able to guarantee it. This time, it was because of their personal enmity that they chased the people of the Radiant Light sect here, falling into the black hole. On what basis should we be held responsible? If the person behind them is dissatisfied, they can explain it themselves. We have never been obligated to assist them. Lin Hanhua's gaze was cold. Having stirred up winds and rain in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory for long enough, I think it is good that we have some peace for a few years now. Mu Jun nodded nonchalantly. That's true. Looking down below at the barrier of sword light jointly erected by Kong Ping and the others who were locked in a stalemate with the black hole, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh and shake his head. He who bore the evil sword Tao Dai, or Pan Pan, who had swallowed the Tao Ye's heart, could only barely resist the devouring power of the black hole. When the black hole collapsed, that destructive force which could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth would not be easy to resist. If he went down to take care of Kong Ping and the others now, it would be equivalent to him sending himself up to perish together with them. Still, it should be a long time before the black hole naturally disperses down below. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Boundless seas and mulberry fields, a dream of grandeur. After a few years, the world might be completely different. Seeing Yin Zhaoge gazing dazedly at the black hole down below, Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion could not help but ask, Little friend Yin, there is something that I wonder if you are aware of? Yin Zhaoge turned. What is it, Pavilion Lord Gu? Gu Hong said worriedly. To the north of the Radiant Light sect's Sun Moon Peak, in the region of Sea of the Spirit Inheritance region, there exists a wound to the sky. According to Chief Luo of the Radiant Light sect, this wound to the sky leads to the Eight Extremities world where you come from. The Grand Xian Dynasty's King Xuanmu has not pursued us to the Clear Scenic region. He is likely to have led people to attack the Eight Extremities world. Gong Sun Wu looked at Yin Zhaoge, wondering how he would react after learning of this news. King Xuanmu himself was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage. With the King Xian spear in hand, experts under his command were as numerous as clouds. Attacking a lower world with such strength, even if their cultivation bases were suppressed by the dimensions of the heavens and the earth, it would still be like an unstoppable torrent. As Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu saw it, the Eight Extremities world and Yin Zhaoge's clan would definitely be unable to withstand such pressure. After so much time had passed, what should have happened had long since happened. Everything had long since been settled. Yin Zhaoge had likely come directly to the Clear Scenic region, still not understanding all that had happened in the Spirit Inheritance region earlier. Gu Hong looked rather worriedly at Yin Zhaoge, thinking about how he should console him. If Yin Zhaoge was overwhelmed by rage and wanted to seek vengeance on King Xuanmu, Gu Hong felt that he should still make a trip down to help him. After all, King Xuanmu possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear, his strength comparable to an immortal bridge martial saint. If Yin Zhaoge went to look for him then, he would not be like Kong Ping and the others who had been trapped within the black hole earlier, unable to retaliate. While Yin Zhaoge possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, he might not be able to defeat King Xuanmu. This was especially so if King Xuanmu had already returned to the capital, possessing the advantage of being on home ground. It would be even more difficult for Yin Zhaoge to attack him. Hearing Gu Hong's words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Thank you for telling me this, Pavilion Lord Gu. Still, I already knew about it before coming to the Clear Scenic region. To tell you the truth, this Yin was precisely coming to the Clear Scenic region from the Spirit Inheritance region. Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu were both taken aback. Then what about the Virtuous Spirit region now? Before Yin Zhaoge could answer, Mu Jun had already smiled, the current Qian king and the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners under him who attacked the Eight Extremities world were completely wiped out. The current Qian king was included as he perished in the region of Sea near the Wound of the Sky in the Virtuous Spirit region. The Grand Qian dynasty's high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian Spear, is currently in the hands of this little friend Yin. When Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu heard this, they were both stunned. To be continued. Chapter 791. With Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu in the lead, the longtime elders of North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island who had escaped danger were all stunned as well. If it had not been for the fact that the speaker was an esteemed disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Mu Jun of the Immortal Bridge stage, an uproar would definitely have arisen here. At this moment, everyone was unable to make a sound, as they could only stare dazedly at Yin Zhaoge. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. How'd he do it? King Xuanmu's situation back then could not possibly have been like Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, trapped between a rock and a hard place, only able to hold his head and take the beating, right? Gu Hong's heart jolted slightly as he thought of how Yin Zhaoge had made use of the unique environment of the Wound of the Sky in the Phoenix-bearing region back then, causing both Luo Ziyuan and Madame Kong to suffer grievous injuries. Yet, Yin Zhaoge smiled. King Xuanmu personally descended to the Eight Extremities world, yet left the King Qian Spear in the world beyond worlds. I thus obtained this treasure. When King Xuanmu returned afterwards, my father just happened to ascend to the world beyond worlds as well. In the end, my father slew King Xuanmu. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others nodded. I see. While the King Qian Spear was not in King Xuanmu's hands, Yin Zhaoge possessed the extreme Yang Seal. With the various shocking methods that he was currently displaying, he might still have a chance. Wait, something seems wrong? Someone stared wide-eyed. Your father just happened to ascend to the world beyond worlds before slaying King Xuanmu. The meaning of ascension should be that he has just refined his acupoints to become a god, right? Everyone else also reacted as they looked at Yin Zhaoge in shock. That was to say that a fourth-level martial saint who had just stepped into the Seeing Divinity stage had slain King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Even if King Xuanmu didn't possess the King Qian Spear, this was still too inconceivable. While everyone was shocked, Yin Zhaoge's expression remained the same as he nodded mildly. That's right. My father has just ascended, breaking through the void and seeing divinity. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun looked at each other and recalled the shock they felt when they heard Chun Zhiliang mention this matter. This was especially so according to Chun Zhiliang's words. This was a person who had already been unable to be accommodated by the power of dimensions of the lower worlds at the third level of the martial saint realm. Even with Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun's foresight, they were impressed by such a genius. What amazed them even more was that there was another person like that in front of them. While they had not tried it, Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun deeply suspected that the Yin Zhaoge before them might very well surpass his father, being even stronger than him. Even if Yin Zhaoge of the mid-merging avatar stage were to descend to a lower world now, it might not be able to contain him. Even Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun were shocked to see two people with such talent and strength appear in the lower realm at the same time. Moreover, they were father and son. As the most outstanding disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, they themselves were the cream of the crop amongst the cream of the crop. Yet, even they could not help but sigh in admiration at this moment. While Mu Jun inwardly cursed that broad creed mountain of the Eight Extremities world did not even have a single immortal bridge martial saint, yet possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact. It was just that. He was now very interested in this lower realm sect. Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu only had a single thought as they looked at Yin Zhaoge now. Only a fierce dragon would not cross the river, or it could be said that only a fierce dragon would not ascend to heaven. Gong Sun Wu's feelings were even more profound. Being able to defeat King Xuanmu was most likely equivalent to being able to defeat him as well. A person who had just stepped into the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at the great sea down below, which endless magnetic storms were gradually surging once more. Smiling, King Xuanmu has been slain. The peak figures of the Xunling Ten Swords are all currently trapped in this clear scenic region. The Grand Qian dynasty has suffered a great loss in strength, but the four Lord Protectors still seem to be around. There's still a centipede that refuses to fall even when dead. Gu Hong, Gongsun Wu, and the others all thought of this as well. Now, it seemed like it was precisely a chance for them to make good use of this opportunity to deal with the Grand Qian dynasty. What they were worried about was how Kong Ping and the others would deal with them after they had extricated themselves from the clear scenic region. After all, these were three immortal bridge martial saints. Still, looking at Yin Zhaoge before them, their hearts jolted slightly. When Kong Ping and the others had extricated themselves, how much would this youth before them have grown? Gu Hong and the others swiveled their heads to look at Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun by the side. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun seemed unconcerned about what Yin Zhaoge and Gu Hong were discussing. This instead gradually strengthened the confidence of those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Our sect intends to establish itself in the world beyond worlds. The location should be the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. I hope that Mr. Lin and Mr. Mu can help us with this matter. I also hope that Pavilion Lord Gu and Island Lord Gongsun can take care of it. Most of them already had some premonition about this. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu gazed at Lin Hanhua, and Mu Jun Lin Hanhua said mildly, I have no objections. Still, I will have to ask my master first. If it was an ordinary sect of the lower worlds who wanted to establish a foundation in the world beyond worlds and establish a lineage, whether it was Lin Hanhua or Mu Jun within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would already be sufficient if either of them gave their permission. However, Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain situation was special as they had caused a rather great disturbance which involved many things. With treasures of extraordinary significance like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown in hand, no one could say what they might bring about in the future. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun could not act on their own. Still, Mu Jun nodded, saying, I have no objections as well. It will be fine as long as Master allows it. If little friend Yin and your father are free, why don't you make a trip to Golden Court Mountain and meet my master? Yin Zhaoge smiled, of course. Seeing this, Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu said to Yin Zhaoge in unison, It is a joyous occasion that your lineage has established itself in the world beyond worlds. If there's a grand opening ceremony, we will definitely be there to offer our congratulations. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Since that is so, this Yin will first thank you here. Thinking that the Grand Qian dynasty might not have received news from the clear scenic region in time, wanted to make use of this time to catch them unawares. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu immediately cupped their hands towards Yin Zhaoge. Lin Hanhua, Mu Jun, and the others. Everyone, we will take our leave. If the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the Green Plain Sword King have any instructions, feel free to inform us. We will naturally comply with Golden Court Mountain's orders. Lin Hanhua nodded, not speaking as Mu Jun smiled. You are polite. Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu specifically looked at Yin Zhaoge. It is all thanks to little friend Yin for saving us this time. We are extremely grateful. Little friend Yin is welcome to visit the Grinding Hut region at any time. Young Master Yin is welcome to visit Copperman Island at any time. We will welcome you with open arms. Yin Zhaoge nodded. You are polite. This Yin will definitely be there in the future. After watching Gu Hong and Gongsun Wu leave, Yin Zhaoge looked at the vast, boundless great sea before him, a smile appearing slightly at the corners of his mouth as he felt much more relaxed. Now, the scenery of this royal reed sea looks rather interesting. Chapter 792. Gu Hong, Gongsun Wu, and the others left. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun glanced at the clear scenic continent sea below and prepared to leave as well. While Zhuang Chaohui had fled, there were still peak experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory in the vicinity. After meeting up with Zhuang Chaohui, they could make a comeback at any time. As for Tang Yonghao, who possessed the Phoenix Bone, it was more appropriate to send him to Golden Court Mountain as soon as possible. They invited Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di to Golden Court Mountain together, considering that it would be hard for the Grand Qian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect to cause trouble now. With the situation in the Royal Reed Sea finally looking rather optimistic, Yin Zhaoge also intended to head to Golden Court Mountain and meet the current ruler of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Southeastern Exalt. After all, their broad Creed Mountain was planning to establish itself in the world beyond worlds and spread its branches. As for the problem of Zhuang Chaohui and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, it was more of a matter for Lin Hanhua and the others to consider. After taking his leave of Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun, Yin Zhaoge's group left the region of Sea of the Clear Scenic region, heading for the Spear Inheritance region via the Desert Mountain region. As they walked, Yin Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Finally having achieved her wish, winning the Extreme Yin Crown, while it was no longer an obsession, Feng Yunsheng had finally settled a load on her mind. However, she did not look relaxed at the moment. Zhuang Chaohui unexpectedly took Meng Wan away, causing Feng Yunsheng to be extremely worried. Feeling Yin Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." While she was deeply attached to Meng Wan, having arrived late, Zhuang Chaohui should have only been able to see the scene of her and Meng Wan vying for the Extreme Yin Crown in a life and death struggle. Even if Zhuang Chaohui wanted to kidnap someone to take revenge on Yin Zhaoge, it should also be her, Feng Yunsheng, and not Meng Wan. First, not speaking of the complicated feelings between him and Meng Wan due to the destruction of the Sacred Sun clan by Broad Creed Mountain. Even if they were as close as they had been in the past, that would still be his relationship with Meng Wan. At the end of the day, Yin Zhaoge and Meng Wan did not have much of a personal relationship to speak of. If Zhuang Chaohui had abducted Meng Wan due to his conflict with Yin Zhaoge, he would at most be trying to obtain more information about Yin Zhaoge from Meng Wan. Still, Zhuang Chaohui, who had come from the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, most likely did not know about Meng Wan's situation, not knowing that she hailed from the Eight Extremities world, just like Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, none of this made sense. The only explanation was that he had taken Meng Wan away because of Meng Wan herself. Actually, it had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoge and her, Feng Yunsheng. After the initial anxiety, Feng Yunsheng had already calmed down and gradually thought through the difficulties involved. It should not be because of the Extreme Yin physique. After all, the Extreme Yin crown was no longer in Meng Wan's hands. Therefore, there had to be some other reason. However, Feng Yunsheng didn't know if Meng Wan would suffer any unfortunate treatment after being taken away by Zhuang Chaohui. Although he wouldn't be refined like Tang Yonghao, it was still hard to predict. It was hard for Feng Yunsheng not to worry, because no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out why Zhuang Chaohui wanted to take Meng Wan away. After coming to the world beyond worlds, Meng Wan had always been arranged by the Radiant Light sect to reside in seclusion at the Sun Moon Peak, never leaving, as even many of the Radiant Light sect's own disciples had never seen her before. Before they met today, Zhuang Chaohui probably didn't even know about Meng Wan's existence. As Yin Zhaoge gazed over, Feng Yunsheng thought for a moment, but still decided not to bring this up. Regarding Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan, Yin Zhaoge indeed did not have the intention of killing them off. On the contrary, he admired the two very much. However, there was a precondition for all this. It was that they had never truly been enemies with Broad Creed Mountain. This included Meng Wan, who had wielded the Extreme Yin Crown in the Eight Extremities world that year. While she had influenced the situation and acted as a deterrent, she had not truly worn the Extreme Yin Crown in a bloody battle against the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain at the end of the day. Therefore, whether it was to help Golden Court Mountain or to cause trouble for Zhuang Chaohui and the others, Yin Zhaoge did not mind saving Tang Yonghao, even helping him enter Golden Court Mountain. If Meng Wan lost the Extreme Yin Crown, Yin Zhaoge would not make things difficult for her life. If Feng Yunsheng interceded from his side, Yin Zhaoge might even consider sending her back to the Eight Extremities world to reunite with her master. Still, if Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan wanted to become enemies with Broad Creed Mountain for the sake of the Sacred Sun clan, while Yin Zhaoge expressed understanding of their stance, he would similarly not hold back in his actions. Yin Zhaoge would also do such things from time to time, but he would never do it to his enemies. While Feng Yinsheng was very worried about Meng Wan, she also knew how difficult it would be to get her back from the Southern Exalt. Just like how it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Zhuang Chaohui to get Tang Yonghao after he had entered Golden Court Mountain. If Feng Yinsheng had to risk her life for Meng Wan, Feng Yinsheng wouldn't even frown. However, if Yin Zhaoge were to risk his life for Meng Wan, that would be a little ridiculous. Even if he went, it would be for Feng Yinsheng. Unless there was some special reason, but at least for now, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng couldn't see any. Feng Yinsheng sighed in her heart. Of course, she could go by herself. However, if she met with danger, what was the difference between that and forcing Yin Zhaoge to go with her? For the sake of her little sister, she had dragged Yin Zhaoge into danger that she could have avoided otherwise. Was Meng Wan more important than Yin Zhaoge? Yin Zhaoge had foiled Zhuang Chaohui's plans to obtain the Phoenix Bone and killed the Southern Exalt's disciple Li Jing. The descendants of the Southern Exalt's lineage hated him to the core, as they could not wait for him to send himself to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge asked about it, Feng Yinsheng could only pretend as if nothing had happened. However, the misfortune that Meng Wan might encounter on this trip was enough to make Feng Yinsheng feel uneasy. After the extreme Yin bout, Feng Yinsheng did not relax in her cultivation. At this moment, however, she felt anxious and powerless once more. The urgency and desire that she had felt when she had unceasingly pursued the extreme Yin crown arose within her heart once more, causing her to strongly desire to be a little stronger. If she was strong enough, she would be able to attempt to save little Wan without implicating anyone else. Looking at Feng Yinsheng, Yin Zhaoge smiled, worried about Meng Wan. Since Yin Zhaoge had already made it clear there was no longer a need for Feng Yinsheng to continue hiding it. I wonder why that Zhuang Chaohui took her away. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I thought that I had already succeeded in establishing an omnipotent impression in your heart. Feng Yinsheng sighed. Zhuang Chaohui would love nothing more than for you to deliver yourself to him. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope has as many experts as there are clouds. The Southern Exalt, even more so, not to be trifled with. Also, this matter actually has nothing to do with you. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. You make me feel very hurt like this. You should know that all men hope for their women to rely on them a little more. Only then can their pride be satisfied. The stronger they are usually, the more moving they are when they're truly weak. Feng Yinsheng found this both exasperating and funny. You still need to find pride from me? Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. You're always different. Feng Yinsheng's heart softened as she inhaled deeply, shaking her head. It's best if you don't make a move. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. That's up to you. Feng Yinsheng said, Actually, when Zhuang Chaohui took little Wan away back then, he did not show any desire to lust or hate her or vent his anger towards her. I felt that while he was furious over the matter of the Phoenix Bone, it was not targeted at little Wan, as he seemed to bear no ill will towards her. Little Wan might not necessarily be in danger this time. Still, I cannot understand why he abducted little Wan away. That is why I can't feel at ease. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking. In the Eight Extremities world, I never heard of Meng Wan's family background. You entered the Sacred Sun clan before her. Do you know about her family situation? Chapter 793. Little Wan is an orphan like me. Feng Yinsheng answered. Therefore, she and her master share a deep bond as they are like mother and daughter. Yin Zhaoge asked. Have you heard her mention her birth parents? Feng Yinsheng shook her head. Little Wan herself said that she has no impression of her birth parents at all. Ever since she was born, she has been an orphan with no other relatives. She looked at Yin Zhaoge. Could it be that you mean? Yin Zhaoge shook his head. I don't know either. It is just that the only explanation that Meng Wan hails from the world beyond worlds now seems plausible. Zhang Chao was the first person in the history of the Eight Extremities world to ascend to the world beyond worlds. Meng Wan, Tang Yonghao, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yinsheng were the first batch of people who had yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm, but had gone to the world beyond worlds via a special method. Still, while it was difficult for the Eight Extremities world to go to the world beyond worlds, there had long since been people who had descended from the world beyond worlds, and not just one or two at that. The powerful existence who had left behind the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown aside, the painting Saint Old Man Mo had been the closest. Logically speaking, Mengwan should not have met Zhuang Chaohui before. Before meeting in the underwater palace, Zhuang Chaohui should not have known of her existence. From Zhuang Chaohui's words, he and those related to him should not have been to the Eight Extremities world before, also not knowing of such a lower world. The only possibility, then, was that Zhuang Chaohui knew someone related to Mengwan, or the Southern Exalt knew someone related to Mengwan. Someone had gone to the Eight Extremities world to give birth to Mengwan. Or perhaps such a person had brought Mengwan to the Eight Extremities world before leaving her behind. It was just that it was unknown where this person was now. He had most likely not remained in the Eight Extremities world, having already returned to the world beyond worlds, or having already passed away. Yin Zhaoge said, "There's another possibility, but this one is rather low. Mengwan herself is still hiding some secrets. For example, she might have obtained some special treasure like Tang Yonghao did, or she might have some special cultivation physique and whatnot. We do not know, but Zhuang Chaohui saw through it. Thus, he abducted Mengwan purely for profit, not having any other intentions." Feng Yinxing thought for a moment and said, "The possibility is indeed low." Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, saying, "Therefore, the former possibility is still more likely. The reason lies in Mengwan's background. Perhaps this little sister of yours is actually of extremely noble birth, having previously been stranded in the Eight Extremities world because a princess had met with misfortune." Feng Yunsheng smiled bitterly. "That's too bizarre." Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "She is like a sister to you. In consideration of wishing for her to be safe and sound, it would be best if her background was a little more distinguished. That way, whether Zhuang Chaohui wants to sell her to some major figure, or if she is a rare commodity with ulterior motives, at least Mengwan herself would not suffer, as long as she still has value in Zhuang Chaohui's eyes. However, in consideration of our broad Creed Mountains interests, if Mengwan really flies up the tree branch and becomes a phoenix, it would be hard to say whether she would make use of it to help the Sacred Sun clan make a comeback." Yin Zhaoge raised two fingers. Great figures who are used to being lofty and aloof generally have two attitudes towards their children who have returned home after being lost outside. Either because they are too unfamiliar with them, not having any feelings for them and thus not valuing them, or because they have regrets, they compensate them by double the amount, giving them whatever they want. Feng Yinsheng stared at Yin Zhaoge for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. "I have always felt that I have a loose tongue, but you're even more talkative than me, ah. Now that you've said it, I'm almost not even worried about Little One anymore, instead being worried about our Broad Creed Mountain." Yin Zhaoge said, smilingly, "Broad Creed Mountain and I both need to worry, but you don't need to. You've already hugged this thigh well." Feng Yinsheng shook her head. "In that battle with me, Little One did her best and has a clear conscience. As long as I am at Broad Creed Mountain, Little One will most likely not do anything to harm our clan. It is more likely that she will be like senior apprentice brother Tang Yonghao, thinking of a way to rebuild the Sacred Sun clan's foundation. Right now, what Little One is most worried about should still be her master." Feng Yinxing sighed. "I don't care if her two slender legs will become thick legs for me to hug. I only hope that she will be safe this time." Yin Zhaoge said, "Next, I will be making a trip to the Southeastern Exalt Dao Arena, Golden Court Mountain. Perhaps I will be able to obtain more clues there and learn why Zhuang Chaohui abducted her. That way, I will have a general idea of what is going on and be able to ascertain Mengwan's safety." He stroked his lower chin. "I can go out and take a look at various places this time. If Mengwan really originated from the world beyond worlds, it might not just be Zhuang Chaohui who knows her. The threat of the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Xian dynasty still existed. but was no longer imminent. Yin Zhaoge also did not have to continue operating in the Royal Reed Sea. At the very least, it was not to the extent where he could not leave the Royal Reed Sea for even a moment. Otherwise, the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect would forever be like sharp swords hanging above the Eight Extremities world and Broad Creed Mountain, bringing about a calamity of destruction at any time. In this kind of situation, who would have the leisure to care about other things? Now, he had the time to roam the various places of the world beyond worlds. The whereabouts of his mother, Xue Chuqing, had always been a mystery. Now, he finally had a chance to search for her. If he went to various places, he could also inquire about Meng Wan's affairs. Perhaps there might be some gains from Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. There were many people at the clear scenic region just now, so there was no harm in asking them later. Yin Zhaoge consoled Feng Yunsheng even as he controlled the myriad dragon palace, traversing the air as they hurried over to the spirit inheritance region to meet up with Yin Di. On the way, there was another matter that left Yin Zhaoge not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Having devoured the heart, blood, and demonic heart of the Tao Dai, Pan Pan's figure had become extremely huge, his demonic qi even harder to control, appearing both berserk and anxious. As a pure-blooded Pishio, Pan Pan had an excellent foundation. However, his original cultivation base and strength were far too lacking compared to that Tao Dai. As a result, he was somewhat unable to digest the demon heart. Speaking of which, the Pishio's innate ability to devour was also very powerful. Although it was not as famous as Tao Dai, it was still a good that could eat the world with its big mouth. Fortunately, this was the case. If it had been another spirit beast, it would have exploded and died. Still, if you can get past this, you will probably immediately be able to go through a complete transformation. Yin Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's fur before consecutively drawing 7 seals on the palms, chest, abdomen, back, and head of his 4 claws. These seals all originated from the profundities of the life, creation, heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge still had not systematically cultivated in the life, creation, heavenly scripture yet. Still, with his foundation in the peerless heavenly scripture, he could still be considered to have a superficial understanding of it. With the help of these 7 seals, Pan Pan instantly felt much more comfortable. Yin Zhaoge checked his gains from this underwater palace. Let me see. That Shiwei had quite a few things in his luggage. Is there anything of use that can help you alleviate some of your pain? While he was only at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, as a formation grandmaster, Chiwei had brought along a great amount of treasures for setting up formations, which were rather abundant. Yin Zhaoge had been very happy at first, but his movements suddenly halted. His pupils contracted slightly, and he took out a small box from his bag. After opening it, he stared at the medicinal pill inside. Encompassing abundance golden pill. This is a pill that only the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace possessed in pre-Great Calamity times. This Chi Wei actually is one? Chapter 794. As the small brocade box was opened, spiritual Chi instantly overflowed as a soothing medicinal fragrance suffused the entire myriad dragon palace. A perfectly round pill lay quietly within the brocade box, flickering with a faint golden light as a thin layer of purple chi rose and coiled on its surface, not dissipating for a long time. Yin Zhaoge stared at this pill with a distant gaze. Even before he had opened the brocade box earlier, Yin Zhaoge had already vaguely sensed something. At the time, he had still thought that he had been imagining things. Still, after he had opened the brocade box and seen the pill itself, he no longer had any doubts as he immediately recognized it. This pill was known as the encompassing abundance golden pill, its effect shocking. If mortals consumed it, their longevity would be extended, their youth eternal. They would be able to sense the heavens and listen to the decrees of the heavenly court. Those on the brink of death would immediately be revived. The dead would be revived. Flesh would grow on bones. If martial practitioners consumed it, they would be able to connect with beyond the 9 heavens, drawing in the purest, most miraculous immortal chi from beyond the heavens into their bodies, benefiting them greatly. This pill had only existed in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times, as it had been stored in the Pill Hall of the Divine Palace. Even the immortals of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had rather desired such a pill, as consuming it would allow them to connect with and breathe in the peak immortal chi of the nine heavens. If one's cultivation base was insufficient, only an extremely small minority would be able to enjoy such a treatment. While consuming the encompassing abundance golden pill and breathing in the immortal chi of beyond the heavens would only be a very small trace of it. Just this trace was already incomparably precious. The current world beyond worlds was extremely abundant in spiritual chi, far surpassing that of lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world, the floating life world, and the flame devil world. Having just arrived here, Yin Zhaoge felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times. Still, it was only to a similar extent. Compared to the most beautiful times of pre-Great Calamity times, the world beyond worlds was still slightly inferior. Perhaps the new Kunlun Mountain of the central June Heaven Territory would be better than the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Still, the environment of the Great Thousand Worlds of before the Great Calamity was similarly divided into different grades. The Divine Palace, Heavenly Court above the nine heavens, was indisputably superior. In the Divine Palace Celestial Court, the Divine Palace Celestial Chi could only be found in the highest grade of the nine heavens. Only a few people in the Divine Palace Celestial Court could come into contact with it. The rarity and preciousness of the immortal chi from beyond the heavens, and the wonders of the encompassing abundance golden pill could be seen from this. After the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace fell, and many treasures were destroyed along with it. Yin Zhaoge didn't know much about the fate of the Pill Hall. He also didn't know what had happened to the large amount of divine pills and miraculous medicine stored within. However, he did not expect to see an encompassing abundance golden pill today. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Just this encompassing abundance golden pill was worth more than the sum of everything else in Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch. He rummaged through the shadow, shrinking pouch again, and found a book, the contents of which were some of Qi Wei's personal notes. Most of it was Qi Wei's own understanding of array formations, where he had recorded it down after seeing some ancient array ruins when he was traveling outside. It was not systematic and messy. It could be seen that it was casually recorded. It also included some unique experiences. It mentioned that he had coincidentally obtained this encompassing abundance golden pill when he had been out once. While Qi Wei didn't recognize the encompassing abundance golden pill, he could vaguely sense that this pill had boundless miraculous uses that he was unable to understand. Ever since having come to the Royal Reed Sea, because he had to take care of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation, Qi Wei had been living in seclusion most of the time. He had occasionally gone out and obtained the encompassing abundance golden pill, feeling its mysteriousness and profundities. He had decided to deal with it cautiously, first analyzing it thoroughly before dealing with it. Some of Qi Wei's experiences in analyzing this pill were also recorded in his notebook. Sadly for him, he had been so busy afterwards that even on the day of his death, he had still not been able to clearly understand the origins of the encompassing abundance golden pill. Yin Zhaoge held the small brocade box, pondering silently. To him, this encompassing abundance golden pill was a supreme treasure. From a certain perspective, its value was even greater than that of a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, whether or not it could be converted into cash would depend on how much he would gain after consuming it. It was not like sacred artifacts, which were powerful weapons that could be immediately used. Even if one's cultivation base was insufficient, it would still be able to exert some of its effects. When one's cultivation base was sufficient, it would immediately become a supreme weapon. Still, if one could exert its effects, its value would be hard to estimate in the long run. Still, Yin Zhaoge was more interested in where Qi Wei had obtained this encompassing abundance golden pill from. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace that year had been a supreme treasure ground that was not inferior to the Martial Repository at all. Even Yin Zhaoge felt dazzled just thinking about what had been stored within. Even though the pill hall had been destroyed, if he could find as many of the pills stored within, it would indisputably be a bountiful treasure trove to the extreme. Carefully studying Qi Wei's notebook and inspecting that encompassing abundance golden pill, Yin Zhaoge made a discovery, densely covered with heavenly flame trees. Heavenly flame trees do not seem to grow in the climate of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, there should be places in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory where they grow. When the time comes, I'll ask around and see where heavenly flame trees grow. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before keeping the brocade box that contained the encompassing abundance golden pill. It was currently still not the optimal time for him to consume this pill. He would just keep it for now. After keeping the encompassing abundance golden pill, Yin Zhaoge settled his thoughts and calmed his mind before inspecting the other items within Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch once more. Yin Zhaoge selected a disaster-relieving stone crystal and a stalk of miraculous jade grass, directly tossing them into Pan Pan's mouth. Pan Pan opened his mouth wide and swallowed them, blinking his eyes as the restless aura surrounding his body grew more subdued. There were a total of 7 sigils on his head, chest, back, and palms, which quietly circulated and boosted his life force, aiding him in unceasingly refining the power of the Tao Ye's demonic heart. A moment later, the distorted blood vessels on the surface of Pan Pan's body finally gradually calmed, no longer protruding from the surface of his body. His massive figure gradually shrank as well. Pan Pan blinked his big eyes, letting out a huge yawn. Lying down, he directly fell asleep. Yin Zhaoge smiled, patting his big head. His Northern Ocean clone was currently seated in the meditative position as well. Through the heaven-swallowing sword box and Pan Pan, the Northern Ocean clone had similarly absorbed a portion of the Tao Ye's demonic blood into his body and was currently in the process of refining it. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, Yin Zhaoge pondered, with the Kunping art as his foundation and a great amount of the blood of a true dragon and the blood of a Tao Tai within his body, he might be able to walk on a completely new path. The myriad dragon palace led them away from the clear scenic region, traversing the desert mountain region and arriving at the spirit inheritance region. Due to the unparalleled battle earlier, the spirit inheritance region had been ravaged to the point of being barren for tens of thousands of li, its seawater virtually drying up. Afterwards, the tides of the surrounding region of sea had naturally poured in to replenish it. Such a large-scale movement had caused the climate of this part of the Royal Reed Sea to become extremely chaotic, storms and tsunamis unceasingly raging as they had yet to completely calm down even now. Still, it was just insignificant compared to the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region. As Yin Zhaoge's group passed by the former headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, the Sun Moon Peak had already been leveled to the ground with no traces of it remaining. Heading north, the wound of the sky gradually appeared in the horizon. Not far away from the spatial crevice, a man sat in the meditative position, a saber placed horizontally across his knees. To be continued. Chapter 795. Please support the original subscription. Thank you. A white-clothed girl stood beside Yin Di. It was none other than Xiao AI. Seeing the myriad dragon palace appear in the distance, Xiao AI instantly cried out in joy, "Son-in-law! Son-in-law! Young master and the others have returned." Yin Di's eyesight was far stronger than hers as he had long since seen it, as he smiled and nodded. "That's right." Seeing Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge first smiled. "The extreme Yin crown is ours." "Oh." Yin Di's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at Feng Yinsheng, who smiled and nodded. Yin Zhaoge narrated in detail everything that had happened in the underwater palace earlier. Hearing this, Yin Di too clicked his tongue in wonder, sighing in amazement. The Radiant Light sect had been breached by the Grand Xian dynasty. The experts who had fled with their chief, Luo Zuan, all trapped at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. The 4 peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty, the 3 immortal bridge marshal Saints Kongping, He Dongsheng, and Gu Zhang, as well as King Xuanmu, who possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, had all been defeated this time. Kong Ping and the other two were trapped in the black hole at the bottom of the sea. Although they were not dead, they would not be able to escape for at least a few years. Even the formation Grandmaster Qi Wei, who was able to display special effects under certain conditions, had been personally slain by Yin Zhaoge in the depths of the sea. The haze that had previously enveloped Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain virtually dissipated in a single day. While Kong Ping and the others would have a chance to reappear in the Royal Reed Sea once more, Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would at least have ample time to plan. Obtaining the extreme Yin Crown and the evil Sword Tao Tai, these two great high-grade sacred artifacts, was an even greater gain. With regard to the Southern Exalt side, we just have to raise our vigilance. With the matter of the Phoenix Bone having arisen, the Southeastern Exalt of Golden Court Mountain will undoubtedly view this matter with greater importance as more experts will come to the Royal Reed Sea. Yin Di said, "What we need to do now is to digest these gains, making use of this time to improve ourselves so as to face the future." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. The Grand Qian dynasty is like a centipede that dies but does not falter. Withdrawing their forces into a defensive position, they might still be able to put up a fight. There's no need for us to be in a hurry to gain territory in the Royal Reed Sea right now. The true victor will only be decided after Kong Ping and the others have extricated themselves from the depths of the clear scenic region. Before this, we only had to ensure that we had a stable footing in the world beyond worlds." That a white-clothed girl stood beside Yin Di. It was none other than Xiao Ai. Seeing the myriad dragon palace appear in the distance, Xiao Ai instantly cried out in joy, "Son-in-law! Son-in-law! Young master and the others have returned." Yindi's eyesight was far stronger than hers, as he had long since seen it, as he smiled and nodded. "That's right." Seeing Yindi, Yin Zhaoge first smiled. "The extreme Yin Crown is ours." "Oh!" Yindi's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at Feng Yunsheng, who smiled and nodded. Yin Zhaoge narrated in detail everything that had happened in the underwater palace earlier. Hearing this, Yindi too clicked his tongue in wonder, sighing in amazement. The Radiant Light sect had been breached by the Grand Qian dynasty. The experts who had fled with their chief Luo Zuan all trapped at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. The four peak experts of the Grand Qian dynasty, the three immortal bridge martial saints Kong Ping, He Dongsheng, and Gu Zhang, as well as King Xuanmu, who possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian Spear, had all been defeated this time. Kong Ping and the other two were trapped in the black hole at the bottom of the sea. Although they were not dead, they would not be able to escape for at least a few years. Even the formation Grandmaster Qi Wei, who was able to display special effects under certain conditions, had been personally slain by Yin Zhaoge in the depths of the sea. The haze that had previously enveloped Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain virtually dissipated in a single day. While Kong Ping and the others would have a chance to reappear in the Royal Reed Sea once more, Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would at least have ample time to plan. Obtaining the extreme Yin Crown and the evil Sword Tao Tai, these two great high-grade sacred artifacts, was an even greater gain. With regards to the Southern Exalt side, we just have to raise our vigilance. With the matter of the Phoenix Bone having arisen, the Southeastern Exalt of Golden Court Mountain will undoubtedly view this matter with greater importance as more experts will come to the Royal Reed Sea. Yin Di said, "What we need to do now is to digest these gains, making use of this time to improve ourselves so as to face the future." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. The Grand Qian dynasty is like a centipede that dies but does not falter. Withdrawing their forces into a defensive position, they might still be able to put up a fight. There is no need for us to be in a hurry to gain territory in the Royal Reed Sea right now. The true victor will only be decided after Kong Ping and the others have extricated themselves from the depths of the clear scenic region. Before this, we only had to ensure that we had a stable footing in the world beyond worlds. While the Grand Qian dynasty still has experts like the four Lord Protectors, without high-grade sacred artifacts, and without Kong Ping and the others, they would not dare to act impudently. Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was currently the sole immortal bridge martial saint native to the Royal Reed Sea. With the Grand Qian dynasty having lost the King Qian spear and Kong Ping's trio trapped at the bottom of the sea, Gu Hong's deterrence in the Royal Reed Sea had instantly skyrocketed. A hint of a smile appeared on Yandi's face, in the clear scenic region this time. Not only has your relationship with Golden Court Mountain improved, your entanglements deepening, you have also caused the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island to owe you a huge favor. This is an intangible gain that is incomparable to something tangible like the extreme Yin crown. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Without the Grand Qian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect, with the help of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island, it will basically be stable for our sect to expand here in the world beyond world's Royal Reed Sea. The people of the southern Blazing Heaven territory will naturally be taken care of by the Southern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. The only ones we have to worry about are actually peak experts like the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, who are active in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. If they become greedy, we still have to be careful. Yin Zhaoge shrugged as he said this. His sect was just too wealthy, while the cultivation bases of those of Broad Creed Mountain currently still seemed rather weak. While they were actually not weak, they still seemed rather unmatched against supreme treasures like the Extreme Yang Seal, the Extreme Yin Crown, the King Qian Spear, and the Evil Sword Tao Tai. Yin Zhaoge felt that the Southeastern Exalt and his disciple did not intend to kill and plunder. While the origins of the Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yang Seal might cause many to feel wary, there would always be those who would take the risk out of desperation. Those who cultivated martial arts were mostly those who were bold to the extreme, as opposed to those who were filled with misgivings and hesitant to advance. A considerable number of people actually pursued the principle of do it first and think later. There were desperados everywhere. Moreover, just from the information that he currently possessed, Yin Zhaoge did not feel that the two major figures, the exalted solar luminary or the exalted lunar luminary, would be standing behind him and supporting him. If others saw through this, they might pounce on him like a pack of wolves and tigers. What he had to do now was to work hard and improve himself before that happened. At that time, if someone really did come knocking on their door, it would be a pleasant surprise for them. Right, speaking of this, I wonder if that major figure behind the Grand Qian dynasty will send more manpower to the Royal Reed Sea now that we have spoiled their plans. After all, Kong Ping and the others will be stuck at the bottom of the sea for quite a few years. Yin Zhaoge said, "This is also something worth considering." Yin Di shook his head. Even if they come, they will only be able to maintain a low profile, peacefully plotting the matter of that heaven-bearing effecate formation. Their hands and feet will be tied, as they will not be able to cause trouble for us. Yin Zhaoge grunted, right? Otherwise, the Southeastern Exalt should not be able to suppress his anger. He looked at Yin Di. Come with me to Golden Court Mountain. If Broad Creed Mountain wanted to establish a lineage in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they would have to inform Golden Court Mountain first. Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun would not be able to act on their own as the Southeastern Exalt's personal approval was required. While Yin Zhaoge had caused a major disturbance in the Royal Reed Sea, in terms of legacies, Yin Di was the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain. It would be fine if he had not ascended to the world beyond worlds. Since he had already arrived there, it was naturally appropriate for him to meet the Southeastern Exalt. Right, I will go to Golden Court Mountain with you. Yin Di nodded slowly. It is just that I will have to trouble Master to remain in the Eight Extremities world for a while longer. The current situation in the Royal Reed Sea was already stable, as it would be hard for any major enemies to threaten the Eight Extremities world through the wounds of the sky. Even if there were, Yuan Jingfeng would still be able to deal with them. Therefore, Yin Di no longer had to continue guarding the entrance to the wounds of the sky. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Ai, smiling. After going to Golden Court Mountain, we can go look for Mother's whereabouts. The smile on Yin Di's face deepened as he shook his head. Let's see what happens to us. Our time is actually still rather tight. While we have yet to meet the Southeastern Exalt, just based on the matter of the Phoenix Bone, I think that the Southeastern Exalt will probably agree to our lineage establishing a foothold here. Yin Zhaoge said, establishing a lineage is no small matter. There are many things that must be prepared. Even if we head to Golden Court Mountain together, we will still need someone to do the preparatory work, setting up the framework. Yindi asked, still, other than those who are currently standing here, the rest of our lineage are still in the eight extremities world and the vast ocean world. Each time you use the paper fan of divine wood, you will have to recuperate for a long time. It is equivalent to a one-way trip. Yin Zhaoge took out Qi Wei's shadow, shrinking pouch, smiling. My gains in various aspects this time are many, even though that original owner might not have known that his things could be put to use in such a manner. Chapter 796. Yin Zhaoge had gained quite a bit from Qi Wei's shadow, shrinking pouch. The things that Qi Wei had stored in his shadow shrinking pouch were all categorized in an orderly manner. Most of them were grouped together according to the various materials needed to set up a certain formation. This way, it would be convenient for him to retrieve these treasures at any time and then set up the formation he wanted in the shortest time possible to face the enemy. After inspecting for a moment, Yin Zhaoge discovered that some seemingly unrelated things, when put together, could actually be of great use. While Yin Zhaoge had not cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture after having spent a long time in the wound of the sky in the Phoenix Barren region back then, he had a deeper understanding of the wounds of the sky now. Over this period of time, Yin Zhaoge had already begun attempting to forge a treasure to protect martial practitioners whose cultivation bases had yet to reach the seeing divinity martial saint realm as they traversed the wounds of the sky between the world beyond worlds and other worlds. The theoretical progress was very gratifying, just that Yin Zhaoge's materials were limited. This time, after seizing Qi Wei's shadow shrinking pouch, he had found some suitable materials within it. Yin Zhaoge immediately began instructing the Northern Ocean clone in the refinement. Seeing this from his side, Yindi clicked his tongue in wonder. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's explanation of the technique, he too began trying it out. After some effort, some jade pendants that looked ordinary yet contained intricate craftsmanship were delivered to Yin Zhaoge and the others. This was something that Yin Zhaoge had come up with himself. Since there had never been such a thing before, he naturally named it the Heavenly Connection Jade. Due to the lack of materials, their current quantity was still relatively limited. However, Yin Zhaoge was already prepared to purchase some more materials during his trip this time. It would be best if you did not suppress your cultivation, as it would clash with your saber intent, said Yin Zhaoge. Yindi did not go overboard as he nodded. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone wielded the Heavenly Connection Jade, walking towards the wound of the sky before him. Master still has to sit over the eight extremities world for a period of time. Yindi said, still, second senior apprentice brother is just right. Not only can he manage the opening of the clan together with me, the environment here is also more beneficial for his cultivation. The heavy injuries he suffered in the Earth domain took up a lot of his time, and it hurt his vitality. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. He looked at Yindi, his second apprentice uncle, still a transcending mortality martial grandmaster now. Yindi nodded. That's right. He was previously injured, and the heaven-returning divine pill could only ensure that his injuries would not relapse. Still, it would severely affect his future cultivation. It was all thanks to the life creation heavenly scripture that Yuan Zhengfeng had brought back from the floating gate world that Feng Zhuan had completely recovered from his injuries. Now he once again had the chance to advance forward. However, the years that Feng Zhuan had wasted previously were real and real. However, at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm, improvement was difficult to begin with. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood was even more a heavenly moat that was hard for ordinary people to surmount. At the end of the day, people like Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were few and far between. The transcending mortality martial grandmasters and even martial saints of the eight extremities world had virtually all been stuck at the doorstep of the martial saint realm for over a decade or even decades. With Feng Zhuan's talent and strength, he could afford to waste this bit of time. It was just that the gap between him and Yindi was even greater now as compared to before, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. Second apprentice uncle's heart is firm and resolute. While he sometimes goes to the extreme, as long as he passes through this bottleneck, he will definitely soar into the heavens afterwards, Yin Zhaoga said. With the life creation, heavenly scripture, and the hearts will thunder incantation, Broad Creed Mountain's overall martial prowess had risen to a whole new level. The more outstanding a figure like Yin Di and Fang Zhuan, the greater their benefits would be. Having come to the world beyond worlds where the spiritual qi was more abundant and the environment more superior, their future path would inevitably be much smoother than in the Eight Extremities world. Yin Di said, "Actually, with the life creation, heavenly scripture, and the hearts will thunder incantation. With Second Apprentice Brother's comprehension abilities, he should be able to challenge transcending mortality and entering sainthood very soon. What he needs the most now is actually to enter secluded cultivation. While there are pros and cons to finding him in such a hurry, he is the most suitable candidate." Yin Di sighed. "I'll just have to trouble Second Apprentice Brother to help me for a while. After seeing the Southeastern Exalt, I will return to the Royal Reed Sea. That way, Second Apprentice Brother will be able to cultivate peacefully in the superior environment of the world beyond worlds, breaking through sooner." He looked at Yin Zhaoga. "Regarding Chuqing's whereabouts, I will mainly be relying on you during this period of time." Yin Zhaoga secretly pulled back the corners of his mouth. He believed that Yin Di wanted to find Xue Chuqing's whereabouts even more urgently than he did, yearning even more for the day when they could reunite. It was just that as the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, he had his own responsibilities. Most of the time, personal matters would have to be put aside for later. Speaking of this, whether it was the firm and stern eldest apprentice Uncle Shi Tai, the outwardly amiable and inwardly tough second apprentice Uncle Fang Zhuan, or the unyielding and domineering Yin Di, they were all the same in this regard. This could all have originated from the teachings and grooming of his grand master, Yuan Zhengfeng. "If there is any news then, I will inform you at once," Yin Zhaoga said. Yin Di nodded, continuing, "Second Apprentice Brother aside, Senior Apprentice Sister Fu has always been in the vast ocean world presiding over the situation. Let Senior Apprentice Uncle He or Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang replace her and invite her to the world beyond worlds. The most outstanding disciples of the younger generation shall be chosen to come to the world beyond worlds together. The environment here is much superior to that of the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. The earlier the younger disciples come, the better. Having established our lineage in the world beyond worlds, we will naturally accept new disciples as well. Still, the original disciples will still be our initial foundation. These disciples of Broad Creed Mountain who had come from the Eight Extremities world would undoubtedly possess an extremely high sense of honor and cohesiveness." Yin Di said, "As time passes, the Eight Extremities world will gradually change, mainly being used for the grooming of future talents. Since we have decided to establish ourselves in the world beyond worlds, we will have to do so here." Yin Zhaoga memorized all of this, his Northern Ocean clone relaying it to those of Broad Creed Mountain. With the Northern Ocean clone suppressing his cultivation base this time, Yin Zhaoga even specially prepared a dimensional traversing technique to replace the lofty prestige mirror, making it convenient for him to head to the vast ocean world. At Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, the Northern Ocean clone met with Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, describing in detail his various experiences in the world beyond worlds as well as the current situation. After hearing this, everyone of Broad Creed Mountain felt inspired and encouraged. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand, Fang Zhuan being the first to use the Heavenly Connection Jade to head to the world beyond worlds. The Northern Ocean clone brought along the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan and some younger disciples, heading to the vast ocean world. The Northern Ocean clone met up with Fu Inshu and the others there before heading to the world beyond worlds from the Wound of the Sky in the Phoenix-bearing region. Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di watched as the Wound of the Sky shook before a middle-aged man walked out from within the next moment. Looking at Fang Zhuan, who still had a gentle and elegant appearance despite his long beard, Yin Zhaoga was filled with emotion. "Second Apprentice Uncle, how have you been?" Fang Zhuan smiled. "We will also have a family after this. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. If you continue to travel outside, It might not be so easy. Our enemies will come looking for us to settle the score. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. Therefore, we have to be even more powerful.